I feel like every time someone has brought up the countdown timer, it is a surefire bet that we are not going to be on time that day. Hey everybody, it's good to see you all. I have a headache that could probably kill an elephant, so, you know, it's gonna be a little fast and loose, the energy is gonna be a little wacky wild, but you get it. Just in order of y'all popping into chat, Battle Benoit, it's good to see you. Ender Friend, hello, hello. Mesphia, Clary, ACS Mars, eat food before taking an ibuprofen. I did. I did not take good care of myself today, by any stretch of the imagination. I did end up eating, I did take an ibuprofen, I've got some tea, but it's a whole thing. And the big bite, Yellow. It's good to see you, my friend. Unfortunately, I regret to inform you we're not going to be playing Project Zomboid today. And I'm inferring by the big bite in the name, you're looking for that kind of zombie content stuff. Unfortunately, the only zombies in Final Fantasy XIV are referred to as Ashkin, and they don't have that sort of staying power that they do in Zomboid. But I appreciate you popping by. What kind of tea? It is unlabeled black tea that is pre-bagged. And so, in ye olden days when we had Harley around, they called it, builder's tea. And so that's how we've been referring to it as well. Yeah. Hey, Atlan, it's good to see you. Yep. JR, hey, a purpose for new Ishgard. So I'm not gonna lie, I just had like a brain blast today where I figured out the quest I wanted to one of the quests that I would start in the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG. And I'm not going to say what the quest is because I want to run it with multiple people. And theoretically, some of the people who might actually run the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG are the people who are in this chat. So I don't want to give spoilers or give heads up for anything that's happening. But I need it to be May. I need it to be May for a number of reasons, but I also need us to go back in time because, you know, growth. What's that? But anyways, yeah, it's good to see you. It just means that I'm tougher than an elephant. Okay, now on the flip side, I don't know that I'm saying that I'm tougher than an elephant. But yeah. What about the gentleman zombies? That's a fair point. The gentleman zombies from Manderville, however, are very annoying to me. As a big boy who loves zombie media and also fantasy media, and so that's the reason why, a part of the reason why I love Paladins so much is that intersection of zombie, undead, and fantasy. The gentleman zombies make me deeply unhappy. And we'll just move on. Can we ride you like an elephant, though? We're going to be playing the TTRPG on the 14-hour stream. I saw that, Clary. Yeah. I think it was somebody posted the schedule, and I did see that on there, which I'm very excited about. I regret to say, I've seen some leaks about it out there. They look very good. But yeah. Okay. All of that being said, let's just get into the ding-dang thing, hey? You gotta be the chat menace, what can you say? I do feel a little bad, especially with your internet going down yesterday, but I'm glad it's back, Aquila. Blah, 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 as I struggle to say words. Oh, that's the reason why I can't find Final Fantasy XIV. I don't have it open, because I restarted my computer. Well, here's a fun thing to tell you guys about while I fire it up. Hey, I like to do a little bit of like grinding in Dragon's Dogma to just on my own free time, just to do something mindless and awkward pause while he logs in. Yeah, for real. I like to mess around with Dragon's Dogma too. I still love it. I think it's not an unimpeachable game, but I still think it's going to be one that lives in my heart well. Is it going to be Game of the Year 2024? Absolutely not. It does not get that qualification. But will it be one of my favorites of all time? Yes. Except for, if you're following my social media, you'll already know about this. If you're not, don't worry about it. I'll tell you right now. I just like, I don't even know where I was. I was just like vibing out. I was killing goblins in a mine. It was a very low stakes session. And I was like, okay, I'll go back to home base, to Vernworth. I will take a nap there, and then all of my food items will have like aged a little bit, which will make them sell for a little bit more. I was just on that gold grind set, right? And I go to bed, and Leonard's eyes glow bright red. He like floats 6 feet in the air. His fursona pops out, and he explodes all of Vernworth. So now, last night, while I couldn't fall asleep in the wee hours, I was like, I gotta do something about this. I have one more stream of Dragon's Dogma 2, and I would like to get through the main story quest. And it turns out story relevant NPCs are not invincible. Like, you know who comes back after time in Dragon's Dogma 2? I've stopped logging in. I need to focus back up. But you know who comes back in Dragon's Dogma 2 over time? The non-essential NPCs. The ones you would want to kill off because you're like, these don't help the narrative expand at all. They come back. But all of the like story questline ones, no, they're like, we're dead forever now unless you expend valuable resources. And here's the thing, I have been stockpiling wake stones like a psychopath, but there are too many people who are dead for me to justify it. So I am going to try and I'm going to do the whole Sphinx riddles off screen. It's a whole thing. Which I did all of them correctly last night, except for the last one. You have to kill the Sphinx. Spoilers for Dragon's Dogma 2, but this is where I am right now in my life. You have to kill the Sphinx. And so I was like, oh, easy. The Sphinx gives me an arrow to kill the Sphinx. Kill the arrow with the Sphinx killing arrow. It's slightly more complicated than that, but that's besides the point. So I shoot it at her, and she's like, LOL, JK. The first arrow doesn't get to count, so I just shot a god-killing arrow into her, and she's like, lol, nice try, I fly away now. And I find out that I have to shoot her in the wings in order to get her to come back down to the ground. So the last, like the hour and a half I played last night of my copious amounts of free time doesn't count. Anyways, the point is I love Dragon's Dogma 2. Sorry, I stopped logging in. The point is Dragon's Dogma 2 is great. And I love it. And I definitely have no problems whatsoever. Is she asking us to kill her or what? No, the point is that she flies away and she's like, sayonara, sucker, right? And so if I was playing the game natively, naturally, how I want to play it, I wouldn't kill her. I would just be like, okay, see you later, Sphinx. Like, go give riddles to the next guy. But the point is that I was like, okay, well, this is hell. So, like, I want to get this one special item that only the Sphinx has. So I did not have that item. And the only way you can get that item is by killing the Sphinx. So, yeah. At least I can watch that portion tomorrow. True, Clary. Very, very true. Peak game story NPCs aren't required. Wait, here's the thing, Angelic Ias. I was thinking about it as I was like going back through, because I recorded all of the footage except for the interesting bits. So the part where Leonard blows up everybody, I didn't get any capture of that because I was like, I'm not going to capture any of this. This is just goblin grinding, right? And I was like, well, I guess I should have been recording. So I started recording and I got everything else. But I wonder if it is actually possible to finish the game without any of the quests. And if I had way more free time, I would absolutely have just tried to like play it on the straight and narrow. Just like let all the Vernworth NPCs die and just like try and pick up the pieces wherever else I could. See maybe if I can kill the dragon without like necessarily getting guidance on it. But I didn't do that because, fun fact, I do actually like the narrative of Dragon's Dogma 2 has been as boring and vanilla as it has been so far. So yeah, clearly the game's wanting you to purchase wake stones with money. You know what sucks about that, JR, is even if I purchased every single one, I was in the depths of despair last night. Even if I purchased every single wake stone in the store, it wouldn't have been enough to cover just the core NPCs, not to mention some of the auxiliary ones that are kind of fun. It was bad. Did I at least save scum to get my god-killing arrow back? Legally, yes. And by legally, yes, what I mean is that the arrow, when it is shot, auto-saves right then and there. And so the save that I use normally is dead. So what I had to do was I had to reload the save at the inn, which erased the hour and a half of work. So, you know. I love Dragon's Dogma 2. I cannot say this emphatically enough. I know it sounds like I'm complaining, and that's because I am. But you can complain about something and still love it. At least that's what my mom tells me. So, anyways. And this is why we don't rely on autosaves. Yeah, like, again, I think a lot of the criticisms that people are bringing about Dragon's Dogma 2 are valid, right? I don't think there's a single criticism that I have faced that makes me unable to futz about with it, right? I like Dragon's Dogma 2. I think it's a hell of a game. I want to do more of it. That being said, oh, that's right. I turned off music. Oh, my inventory is full. Hold on. You know, all of the people who are like, I hate this game is bad, are not wrong either. So yeah, inventory full, color me surprised. All right, wise guy. God, I should be able to get rid of plenty of these just fine without thinking about it, I think. Oh, wow, that was just incredible timing. You know, I enjoy a slight bit of Fallout. Have you heard, if you have heard of it, has Fallout London piqued my interest? It has. I believe it's the Overhaul mod where it's set and it's using the same engine as the rest of Fallout, right? It's using the Fallout 4 engine. And it's like it's supposed to be like this really brilliant sort of reimagining, for lack of a better phrase. I'm interested. I do actually like Fallout, but we'll have to see, right? Why am I trying to entrust duplicates? Do I have any duplicates to have? If anybody doesn't have the slime puddle minion, go ahead and let me know. It feels horrifically unlikely, but you can have it for free, I guess. But yeah, no, I am excited. I also have heard middling to positive things about the Fallout show on Amazon, so I'm tentatively excited about that. But yeah. Just shove it in the FC chest. God, the FC chest is so borked as well, though. Oh, God. Really? You were thinking it was gonna flop? I know they chose, like, a weird voice, chose a weird actor for the ghoul, who's, like, apparently a prominent character, right? Slime puddle. Do I have... I thought I had another minion. But if I did, I don't know where he is now. Did they retcon all of New Vegas? I mean, it makes sense for Bethesda to do that because New Vegas is a like very clearly Obsidian product. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, Fallout is one of those unique franchises in that it predates Bethesda's purchase of it, right? And so you have fans from Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 who were like really big on the isometric turn-based role-playing game. So, yeah. But anyways, I'm not here for Fallout. Well, I am here for the nuclear winter that ends up happening over Ishgard due to the fall of Dalamud, kicking up debris and like blocking out the sun. I'm here for that part, but you get what I mean. Plundered Cane, absolutely no chance of me using it. Ghost Bark Codex would need to have a scholar at level 61 first. Oh wait, actually, hold on. God, the Ghost Bark stuff ends up being some of the like accidentally most gorgeous material, like the level 61 for Stormblood. Sorry for the Fallout derail. No worries at all, Angela, guys. I really did like Fallout, right? It's a part of the reason why I was like first on board for the not Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail is the other one. Oh my god. The thing. The Starfield. I was first on board for Starfield because I was like, there's no way Bethesda is going to let this flop just after their acquisition by Microsoft. And then... so, you know, we'll see what we can see. Oh, this is cute, but there's no way I'm getting Astrologian to level 85 in time. Is the, like, 5 Grand Company seals I'm getting for this worth it? Almost certainly not. Am I gonna do it anyways? Absolutely. Ghost Spark is good because it's dyeable. Oh, is it? There's only one color that I care about it dyeing, and I am curious about how it will. Fuck. Well, time to do the Scholar and Summoner quest lines today. Those are the 2 first up on the chopping block. And then after we do those, I think I'll let you guys choose which class quests you want to see next. Almost everybody else hasn't had their like class quests done, so obviously we can't do Thaumaturge, so sorry for those of you who wanted to see that stuff, but yeah. If you can finish Astrologian within a week, I can too. But you see, Clary, here's the problem. You are more competent than me, especially when it comes to this game. So, what else was I here for? Oh, that's right. Class quests. I promise. They're happening. Oh, class quests are so in. Why not Thaumaturge? Because it's just level 26, and I'm not going to make people sit here while I level the 4 levels for Thaumaturge. Arcanists. And we're changing to Arcanist. The story for Thaumaturge was fairly amusing, though. So this is the thing that I feel about Thaumaturge, is it really does feel like another one of those they weren't thinking about the tone that it was setting situations. Because the Ossuary is not only in charge of all of the bodies for people who have passed away, I've got a pretty solid headcanon that it's in charge of minting Gil. It makes the most sense. Ul'dah being the city of the underworld and wealth. Like, there's a lot of stuff there with it, which makes how the Thaumaturge questline started feel kind of weird. Like, if there was any city-state that would believe in just truly the most apocryphal, like, nonsense superstition, it would be Ul'dah, but also... You think you must have missed something? They're very cute, but also I think a part of the problem with the guild master and his like identical quintuplets is I couldn't take them seriously. And that's not me trusting in the design process. I should trust the Final Fantasy XIV writers to do what they're doing. But I have infamously demised, not a truster. 30 plus Black Mage has some good characters though. Fair enough. Again, the Thaumaturge, I think the thing that Thaumaturge, like the Thaumaturge quest and the character does really well is actually highlighted later in the Stormblood cutscene, when they're talking about the siege of, it's not Castrum Abania. What is the castrum where we meet with Emperor Varus? But when they're preparing for the siege, right? And basically every country is like, this is what we're contributing to the fight. And Limsa and Ishgard have cannons. Also a little bit the Alamegan resistance. And then I don't even remember what did Gridania bring to that? It wasn't just that they had archers, right? But the whole point was Ul'dah contributed thaumaturgists, right? And the whole idea was that like all of the like thaumaturgists synchronizing together was causing their spells to be larger and that whole thing, which I thought that was a very little charming touch. But to sort of talk about the relative devices that each country would bring to the table. But yeah, can't believe this guy doesn't trust Lalafels. Shake my head. JR, you know that it's gotta be a bait. You gotta be debating me. Elish is a canonical doubter. It's Jover. We were talking about this in the FC Discord before stream, but like, golly gee, like I just the problem is, of course, like Clary brought up, it's got more than 10 years of canon and lore, and so obviously story direction changes hands, but like, we have other examples of media that does this, right? Doctor Who, when you have reboots of old series, right, in each iteration. So like, I understand that sometimes lore will get lost in the shuffle, but it is very funny when in the lore of the situation, or like when in a single contained expansion you have lore that directly contradicts itself. So can't remember. I thought it was we met Varus near Porta Praetoria. Oh, was it Castrum Oriens I'm thinking of? It might be Castrum Oriens, Wirebone. There's the giant door, right? And we're all besieging the giant door. It's been a while. But okay, sorry. Summoner. Austerities of Flame. Acting Guildmaster Thubergime has news of a task that might interest you. Greetings, Elish. It is well you have come, for we have an intriguing matter to discuss. A request has come to our guild from the Sons of Saint Coenoch, an organization of some of the finest minds in Eorzea, and they have asked for you by name. Oriens is the place right next to the Shroud, but everyone gathered in Porta Praetoria. Wait, no, it's not Oriens then. Is Oriens Van Belsar's wall? Then Porta Praetoria is closer, I think. It's the door right outside of Porta Praetoria, I'm pretty sure. It appears that the research the Sons are currently conducting would benefit from the assistance of an arcanist, specifically one who has had the tempering experience of defeating the primal Ifrit. Though I must admit to some curiosity as to how these scholars knew the extent of your heroic exploits, I suppose the source of their knowledge is one of little relevance. If you would answer this request, then you will find your contact, a researcher by the name of Ymitra, at Apkalu Falls in the nation of Gridania. Okay. This is the summoner quest? Hell yeah. And then we'll do scholar afterwards, which looks like that's Murray, the guild receptionist. Yeah, it's been a while since it's been relevant, right? But basically, here, Castra Mabanya is the one that we besieged together. Did I not say Castra Mabanya? I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Anyways, the point is when we all gathered here to break into Porta Praetora. Scholar is actually one of your favorite quest lines in the game. We're gonna unlock it. We're not going to do it until we get into at least level 50 with both of them. Oh wow, that's fun. But the main reason why is because I want to be able to do the large chunks of class quests like back to back. So yeah. Was it there, or were we breaking into Alamigo? I can't remember now. It is deeply unfortunate that this is what our Stormblood experience was. I feel like, and it has been a long time, right? But I feel like it had to be Castra Mabanya, because when we besiege the like royal palace properly. Hey, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about your alts, so I'm gonna keep my mouth shut for right now, but it is good to see you. You're someone who replayed Stormblood within the last year too because of alts. Oops. Yeah, it is. Here's the thing, is that I was sure it was Castra Mabanya because of the like long entryway into the locks, but now that I look at it, it could have been the Royal Palace, because the Royal Palace does have the big door entrance, and there is this long path coming up. So JR might be right. It might actually be, like, it might be the scene before we besiege Alamigo proper, but at that point in the game, my brain was toothpaste, so... Most of Stormblood is lost on you. A lot of people were just sort of reducing it to Star Wars, the Alamigan side, which I think is unfair. I think Star Wars has co-opted the idea of the resistance narrative in a lot of our minds as being sort of the most socially acceptable, but it also didn't do itself any favors, so yeah. If it's before Alamigo proper, then you were right. It's Porta Praetora. Fair enough, Wirebone. You looked it up on the wiki, and it was indeed Alamigo we were besieging. Alright, fine. I'm giving full marks to JR, and I'm giving partial credit to Wirebone. Smile. So this is awkward, because we've actually already met Ymitra in the MSQ. We met Ymitra when trying to pull... Y'shtola out of the live stream. And it was the idea was that by having Ymitra there, That would be like sort of a lodestone by which Y'shtola would be brought back. I don't know that she's ever come up again, except for maybe something with the Endwalker quest line. Somebody who actually had Summoner at that time will be able to say something. And if anyone's curious about what my little wry smile is, sometimes I'm the needled, and sometimes I get to be the needler, is all I'm saying. You are Elish de Meist, I assume. Well met, and thank you for coming. My name, as you have obviously surmised, is Ymitra. I am a member of the Sons of Saint Coenoch. Ours is a Sharlayan order that seeks the lost knowledge of the Allegan Empire. We knew that, right? We knew that the Sons of Saint Coenoch were Sharlayan. I think so, right? Because they also did some investigation into the Isle of Val. It's been a while. She hasn't come back after the Summoner quest lines? No. And in that regard, we have recently made a singularly important discovery at our dig site in Mordona. We salvaged from the ruins a set of ancient texts describing the existence of a sect of Allegan mages known as Summoners. This actually makes a lot of sense. These were arcane practitioners said to have the ability to siphon the essences of the primals and manifest this stolen energy as a biddable ally known as an Eggy. Okay. Is that like ego, but we wanted to make it fantasy? Nice Steam notification. Thanks, JR. Should we succeed in resurrecting such arts, then we might well hold in our hands the power to bring this age of conflict to an end. There is, however, as there always must be, one monumental obstacle to realizing this reality. In order to manifest these obedient incarnations of the Beastmen's savage deities, one must first defeat a primal and capture its etheric essence. Thus, only one who can boast such a daunting achievement under his belt may even begin on the path to becoming a summoner. Do you understand now why I called upon you? This is wild. This was just sitting there in the summoner questline? In the very beginning? Like, is this altered at all? If you wish to contribute to my research, then come to me in the west of Byragot's Strike, in southern Thanalan. There we shall conduct a ritual of summoning, the Austerities of Flame. Fair enough. This is not altered at all. It's been a while. But didn't somebody say that the Realm Reborn questlines had been streamlined to make it faster for Sprouts to get through? Was that just MSQ? Because summoners saying just like explicitly outright, hey, we've been able to summon the spirits of primals, would have probably made the coils, the binding coils of Bahamut, slightly less impactful. Not significantly less, but slightly. They took out a lot of the fetch quests for ARR. Okay. Greetings to you once more, Elish. I had a feeling this unique opportunity would be nigh impossible for you to ignore. Let us proceed directly to the ritual, shall we? According to the records we recovered, the summoners of old would perform these rites in a land in which the naturally dominant element matched the aspect of the avatar they wish to call forth. Only in such a place might one sufficiently shift one's etheric balance in the desired direction. That's That's bad, though, right? That's tempering in another way. The element of fire is especially strong here in the Sagoli Desert. I can think of no land more fitting in which to summon incarnation of the Lord of the Inferno. I mean, also that and Southern Thanalan is literally where we get the access to Zanrak, and is literally where the Primal of Ifrit is born, but there you go. Before we begin, I must insist that you accept this gem. It may appear of little worth, but within its faceted depths dwell the memories of long-deceased summoners. Now, you must focus. Visualize the aether flowing around you, a vibrant current of energy transforming into living fire. Hold this image in your mind, and the raging heat of your life force shall spawn an eggy wreathed in flames. Be aware, however, that this nascent entity will appear before you unbound and hostile. It is your charge to overpower the avatar and establish yourself as its master. The path of the summoner is not, if not fraught with peril. Okay. I thought they took out a lot of quest lines introducing NPCs that were previously relevant, right? Like, didn't they cut out a whole bunch of stuff about, like, Balduran's Rest and stuff? Ifrit Eggy. The heat is almost intolerable. Pray, defeat this entity swiftly, Elish. Okay. Whoa. Summon sprites to do its bidding, have a care that they do not surround you. And that makes sense with what we know about sprites, right? Like, sprites are... Oh, wow. Oh, that's fun. Sprites are beings of pure elemental aether, right? Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Because we also know that, oh, dang it, I think I got clipped by that. All of the classes have had actions that were reworked over time, right? So this fight would have looked dramatically different for somebody, playing at the time of release. Yeah, make that Carby work. Or wait, you can't, right? The Carbuncle used to attack natively. Ifrit Eggy used to be a new summon, but now replaces Summon Ruby. Interesting. Okay. Most impressive, Elish. The Fireborn Eggy has submitted to your will. You have mastered the austerities of flame, and that is no small feat. Pray let us return to Akalu Falls that we might further discuss your achievement. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the DNA of the larger plot was here from the very beginning, and I do feel a little embarrassed about rushing through MSQ to get there. Which, if you know me, and you knew how long I took to get through A Realm Reborn, the statement rushing through it might not feel like it applies to me. But they really chock-a-block filled a realm reborn with stuff, right? And then the other thing that I think is really interesting about it is they did have slightly divergent plots depending on which city-state you started in. So there was an incentive to start in a different city-state to see some of those quest lines, which obviously they'd never be able to do that again, I feel like, but it's interesting. Also the whole, you can have infinite quests because we have Lev quests in the same way that Bethesda promised infinite quests and then gave us the Radiant questline stuff, right? Playing Summoner again in Dawn Trail is going to hurt your soul to the deepest core. Now, why do you say that? This is truly a momentous occasion. You have rescued the lost art of summoning from the grasping mire of forgotten history. But you must know more of the avatar you have bound. In the ancient tongue of the Allegan Empire, it would be known as Ifrit Egi, where Egi translates approximately to pure, or the essence of. In short, you have tamed a willful manifestation of Ifrit's raging fires. As you might expect from an entity born of the Lord of the Inferno, this avatar and its capacity for destruction should serve you well in your battles to come. With such an ally at your command, it is not too soon to take upon yourself the title of Summoner. You have proven yourself more than worthy of the soul crystal you now possess. Yet be that as it may, the road before you is long and arduous. If you would triumph in this age of conflict, you must needs master more than just the Egi of Fire. I suggest you next fix your gaze upon claiming a servant of unyielding stone. You once seized victory against the Primal Titan, did you not? Though I admit I am eager to progress directly to the austerities of Earth, we must be careful not to overtax your reserves of strength. Rest well and spend some time to grow accustomed to your newfound abilities. Once you feel prepared to continue with our historic research, you will find me here, awaiting your arrival with barely constrained impatience. Cool. Sure. But unfortunately, we are moving straight to getting Scholar unlocked, so that way we can get XP for both of them. You miss Shadowbringer Summoner, your hot take, fair enough. Eggy just sounds too cute, you can't take it seriously. I didn't think anything about it at first, but it is like that one guy, the one, like, cook TikTok, Dylan something, right? Who goes like, Eggy! There's alternate text here, since level 30 is before the Titan fight. That makes sense. You have to head out to Tabletop, have a good rest of stream. We'll do our best, Ender Friend. Thanks for popping by. Technically, you don't need the job stone for the XP to scale, but also do Scholar quests. We're only unlocking the level 31 because we're only at level 30, but yeah. And in fact, the Summoner quests do require you to complete the Titan fight before you do the next quest. Interesting. Okay. Why did Soul of the Summoner go into my inventory instead of... Oh my god, because I said it. That's so funny. Yeah, sure, okay. That's so funny. Oh no. Hold on. Ooh. Transfer my hotbar. Actually, literally, ideal. Yes, please. Has it always been able to do this? Definitely never seen that before myself. But yeah, there you go. Bish, bash, bosh. Recently added. Yeah, that's so nice. I had to manually go in and change things all the time in the past, right? And Presna, I will let people vote on the class quests that we can do next. So if you desperately want me to do Dancer, that'll be an option that'll be available to you. But yeah. Can't recall if I need to unequip the job stone to start Scholar. You think I do? Yeah, that would make sense. Because it is like a different class now, right? Dance, dance till I'm dead. How do you get the corpse dancer title? I don't even know if I have it. I see a lot of people using it in fun places, but it's actually a reference to the corpse brigade, right? When you did it on Bard Semi recently, you missed Mage's Ballad by transferring your hotbar over, though, because it overwrote the new job skill. No! I'm sorry to hear that. It's Palace of the Dead, really? You want it on your alt? We'll go do some Palace of the Dead someday, smile. And by someday, I mean relatively soon, honestly. Yeah, alright, there you go. Sure. We will get a new gear set list as well for this, which will be nice. Hold on, sorry, I need to downgrade myself. You'd love to do some more deep dungeons at some point. They're a ton of fun, especially because of the fact that it like does build in stuff for solo play. I do think Eureka Orthos is the most interesting deep dungeon to do with people because of the wanted monsters, notorious monsters. I think that's such a fun mechanic. I haven't gone into Eureka Orthos very much since then, though. Since doing it last on stream, we definitely need to pop back in. Forgotten, but not gone. Muri has knowledge of an intriguing opportunity. Elish, have you any interest in history? Do I have any interest in history? If so, I would share with you an opportunity to study the ways of the ancients. Palace of the Dead and Eureka Orthos are two different ones. Palace of the Dead has a similar mechanic inside of it. Palace of the Dead actually has named NPCs who either died from the calamity or from the events of A Realm Reborn. And so you can come across them inside of Palace, and when you kill them, they'll have unique lines. And so it gives you a little bit of a hint about what happened between 1.0 and 2.0, what happened to characters after their class quests. I think one of the ones that I remember being like so prominent in my mind is in if your starting city is Ul'dah, that you will come across this merchant who has been selling people to the Amalja, and his corpse ends up in Palace of the Dead, which is a part of the larger branching narrative about what Edda has been doing and about the whole necromancy experiments and the entire thing with Gelmora. I freaking love the entire Palace of the Dead set. It's so good. I'm not as sharp on it as I am on Ishgard, but I love Palace, yeah. Corpse Dancer title requires defeating the Necromancer at floor 100 and doing the follow-up quest. Neat, good to know, thank you. A curiously refined and well-read marauder visited the guild the other day in the hopes that he might meet an arcanist of exceptional skill. He claims that the assistance of one such individual would be invaluable for the success of his archaeological research. I say claims because despite his eloquence, the thought of a marauder with academic ambition still strikes me as odd. Muri, don't judge a book by its cover. Oh, now you're curious if that title is supposed to be a reference to Crypt of the Necrodancer. When did Crypt of the Necrodancer come out? It feels like it was fairly recently to me, but that's because we're old. You are, of course, free to formulate your own opinions. His name is Alka-Zolka, and he can be found at the Marauders Guild should your curiosity overwhelm you. Why does the name Alka-Zolka do something to me? Is that because of you guys? Did you guys talk about Alka-Zolka last time? My boy! My sweet, sweet boy. Fair enough. Hey, Marin. Okay. I mean, first of all, what a great choice for the color of your Habergen, Alkazolka. 10 out of 10. Big ups. God. Thank you for setting aside your preconceptions, Elish. I am acutely aware of how unusual it is for a marauder to conduct research, as it were. However, you shall soon understand that I am not at all like my more muscular brethren. Rather than rush blindly into the enemy's maw, I formulate and execute stratagems to great effect. Oh my god, is this foreshadowing about the Stabby Boys, the Tonberries, the whole situation with Nim? My archaeological pursuits are but an extension of this practice, for at present I am researching the military tactics of ancient Nim. 'Twould not surprise me if you were unfamiliar with Nim. The civilization flourished some 15-odd centuries ago during the 5th astral era. The Nimians lived during an age of wonders when the magical arts flourished, but magics can be wielded for weal or for woe, and this period of peace eventually gave way to the Great War of the Magi. Wait, I thought... Maki and Amdapor, was that also War of the Magi? The nations of that bygone era brought earth-shattering magics to bear against one another, yet Nim, with only a handful of mages to support its armies of mariners, repulsed would-be invaders time and time again. Oh my god, Fanina, hello! I'm so sorry, all of our alerts are busted. I appreciate you popping by. For those of you who don't know, Fanina is a fantastic VTuber and also streamer of Final Fantasy XIV. And they run a very cool Ishgardian-based RP venue, or that I have not been to, despite recommending to a bunch of different people and lurking in their server, because the idea of me putting Elish into some sort of pit fight is deeply appealing, but I've just never done it. Thank you so much for bringing your friends over here. What were you up to? What were you doing? That's not how I spell your name, huh? I shouldn't have asked. Final Fantasy XIV, that absolutely tracks. Thanks everybody for popping in. We're just doing some Final Fantasy XIV class quests, some things that I've left on the back end. And then, yeah, musings about lore and the ruminations of how things connect. So you get it. You did 10 mentor roulettes in a frontline PvP. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I don't have enough comms because I hate roulettes, and I still don't have a DPS class quest, so you get it. How do you like Onsal? Because I've got some people in here who love Onsal. It's not for me. I am a basic baby boy shatter lover, so... You feel like it's the easiest of the 3 maps currently. Interesting. Oh man, very, very diametrically opposed feelings on Onsal personally. I think it's really doing a thing. So yeah. I like Shatter though because of my Ishgard bias. I'll be real with you. I'm terrible at PvP across the board, so all I do is I pocket paladin people. Precisely how a military force of this composition could defy its stronger neighbors is a mystery which has long puzzled military historians. By translating extant Nemean tablets, which I have recently purchased, I mean to solve the riddle at long last. You're absolutely diseased and you adore Shatter because of Ishgard, but I can think recent changes can make it easy to upturn matches at the last second. Okay, so Fanina, this is something that I've been talking about with people recently, and again, another reason why I desperately want to go to Furious Hollow. When the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG drops in May, I've been designing a campaign based around the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG set, specifically about Ishgard between the events after Heaven's Ward and ending before Dawn Trail, right? So things talking about the Shatter map, right, is obviously just the Coerthan Eastern Highlands. Things about like the reclamation of territory, because obviously the whole thing with Snowcloak and everything. The new diplomacy that would be opening up between Natalan and the Ixali and Ishgard, right? Negotiations about whether or not the Ixali would be trying to go back into the Shroud, dealing with the remnants of Nidhogg's hordes, just like a small mountain of stuff. So it is always nice to meet someone else who is very Ishgard-pilled, so... Maybe if I played more Onsol with the Onsol enjoyers. I've played Onsol with you guys. I did not enjoy it anymore. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. My ideas are always a little bit big for my britches, but you get it. No, we're not doing Onsol today. It's class quests, so that way I can keep going. We're gonna vote on which class quests to do later. This one is just for me to unlock Scholar and Arcanist, because I didn't manage to do it last Friday. So, you get it. As my knowledge of Arcanima is cursory at best, I required an experienced arcanist to assist me with my analysis of any text pertaining to the magical arts. Will you be that arcanist, Elish? There is, however, a complication. The Nemean tablets and other assorted relics, for which I paid an exceedingly large amount of money, were stolen en route to Limsa Lominsa. Doesn't surprise me, it's a nation full of pirates. The information inscribed upon those tablets could be of untold significance. I will not allow thieves to sell it to some rich Ul'Dan collector for a pittance. Pray accompany me to Raincatcher Gully docks and help me reclaim my relics. I have strong reason to believe the perpetrators can be found there. Hell yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying is after Scholar we go frontline? Absolutely not what I'm saying, Presna. Onsol is the one in the Asm Steppe with the green fields. Yep. You totally get it. You need to catch up on some class quests still. Chat is bullying you about it. Honestly, the only reason why I'm doing it. I have Dancer to level 80, and if I hear someone mention Tech Step one more time... We have 11 weeks until Dawn Trail. Stop sidetracking him. Thank you, JR. That one's great when you don't have to fight in the middle. Ironically, the middle is my favorite part of Onsol, right? As I suspected, there are not more than broken men who have seized the docks and taken to robbing every passing ship. Come, let us put an end to their banditry and take back what is ours. 11 weeks. God, it sucks. I'm going to want to play as Viper, which is very not in character for me, but anyways. How about the knaves? Nope, that was just me interrupting that cast. Can you tell I don't play casters very often? Why do I not have Radiant Aegis? I feel like I'm doing something wrong. No carbuncle! Thank you, JR. Oh, can you tell I don't play this class? Listen. Paladins don't need to summon pets. I've never had the problem before. Feel like I'm doing something wrong. Listen. Do you see any others? No. Excellent. Now, help me search for the tablets. Do you have anything else you want to say, Alkazolka? No? Okay. Now you gotta step away for a bit for shower and dinner. Don't worry, Fanina. Thank you so much for popping by. It's incredibly appreciated. Now I know how you feel about healing. I could not... We'll see with Scholar. I promise I'm good at this game. Yes, this is it. A treatise on Nimian military tactics, just as I had hoped. Hello there. Is this like the anima minion you get from the Heavensward relic quest? Mayhap the tablet can explain this. Scholars, familiars, fairies? The sunlight of Eos doth soothe and shield. The moonlight of Selene doth silence and strengthen. Okay. Sure. Is this Echo related? Elish. By the 12, have you any idea what this means? We have rediscovered the long-lost magical arts of Nimian scholars. Okay. I presume that's because we picked up the job stone, is the entirety of that? Fairies. Honest to God's fairies. Well, now I have seen everything. Anyway, I shall return to the guild and begin translating the tablet. I cannot wait to see what other secrets it contains. Which... do the Fae on the first have anything to say about Selene and Eos? Or is it just sort of the, like, awkward step-sibling that you don't talk about? They have nothing to say about it. Fair enough. I mean, it's like the fact that Amdapor had a Karisu, right? Which we know is the forgotten... or forgiven... forgiven... something. I can't remember. But it's the whole... they could have seen into the first over time. Oh, man. Excellent timing, Elish. I have just finished transcribing a section which will doubtless be of interest to you. According to the tablet, the crystal from which the fairy sprang forth is called the Soul of the Scholar, and it contains the wisdom of those long-dead Nimian mages. With it, you can call upon the fairy as you did before and bind her to your will. As I said before, I have little knowledge of Arc Anima, so unless you have some objections, I would like to simply entrust the crystal to you. Oh, and you needn't recompense me. Simply knowing that the lost arts are being preserved is enough. I shall devote my energies to deciphering the remaining text. Should I discover anything new, I promise that you will be the first to know. Cool. We did it. We're a healer now. Smile. Yeah, and now we immediately move on to anything else. So, the class quests that we could still do are Pugilist. Oh, also, let me have it so that the music doesn't always turn off every time. So the class quests we have remaining, which class next? Are going to be Pugilist, Dragoon, Ninja, Astrologian, and Bard. I'm sorry, I only have 5 options that I'm allowed to put down here, so, you know. I can't fit Dancer in there. So, you know. And we'll have that run for 3 minutes, and we'll allow additional votes if people care. So yeah. But yeah, the idea behind today was just us going and rocking the old class quests that we haven't done, connecting that back to the lore, invariably talking about Ishgard. So I have a personal hope that Dragoon wins, but you get it. But go ahead and vote now if you've got a preference, and if you don't, let the whims of fate win you. The answer's not even there. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy, Presna. Oh, I'm so sorry. Looks like I'm not getting Tech Step today. Bizarre. It's the limitations of Twitch. They only let you have 5 options on the no. They only let you have 5 options on the polls. I'm sorry. And I can't believe you'd unfollow me about something like this. If only there was a possible way for me to recover from this grievous loss. Potentially by someone else following, or by somebody liking and subscribing on YouTube, smiley face. We're simulcasting over there with a slightly higher latency, but with subtitles auto-generated. So if that's the sort of thing you're interested in, we're there too. Sad we'll never see Ballerina Elish. I don't know what my Elish dancer glam would be. Probably just the suit, right? I've been trying to experiment around with other glams recently. I fully just put on the Aurum Veil Cuirass stuff because I was thinking about this as I was thinking about if I was going to do something for Fury's Hollow or, you know, a fight club or something like that. And I think Elish's the problem is that Elish's Warrior of Light glam at this point firmly established, right? It's my default paladin glam. There's no question about it. But you know, there are other odds and ends that maybe we should mess around with in terms of having a new glam for Dawn Trail. So who knows? Maybe I'll make Gunbreaker our class for Dawn Trail and dress Gunbreaker up as a cowboy. No gold saucer, Presna, I'm afraid. And Warrior Kalia, thank you so much for the hydrate. We're drinking a little bit of tea because I've got a pretty bad headache, but thank you. Use your current dancer glam for your dancer glam. What is my current dancer glam? I think it's just a clubbing glam. Yeah. Oh, and also this hat, because why not? Sure. Okay. Fanina finishing out Bard. So we've actually got Bard partway through. To be fair, the ballerina skirt doesn't require dancer. Very fair. All right, let's knock out Bard. We're actually part of the way through. Guy who hates clubs is wearing a clubbing glam. I don't hate clubs, right? Let me be clear. I just think, in terms of my character's canon, in terms of Elish, right? I don't hold club venues in Final Fantasy XIV as lore compliant, and so therefore I, for the most part, don't view them as canon. There've been some immersive RP venues out there that I'm more willing to sort of incorporate into Elish's backstory, but 9 times out of 10, if I go into a place and they're like, this DJ is streaming on Twitch, I'm like, I gotta do a lot of work to reconcile the idea of like Twitch streaming with the universe of Final Fantasy XIV, right? And like, we can talk about how the tombstones are basically cell phones and the whole 9 yards, but like 9 times out of 10, when I go to a club venue, I'm like, all of this is write-offable as my character's backstory. I'm not really internalizing any of this. You go lurk for real now. You're just biased for Sanson and Guidalot? Fair enough. We did really like this. The Requiem of Oblivion is actually something that I have taken down as special note, because it's kind of the closest thing we have to Ishgardian funeral rites, right? But yeah. Five levels left on your ultimate healer quest. Hell yeah, Clary. Okay. Can you tell I was part of the way through? Sanson is the, like, nerd of the two of them, right? Such an imposing structure. Were Guidalot here, he would doubtless be inspired to compose a song. From here on, I must rely on you to lead the way. Let us ascend to the churning mists. Oh, please. Okay. I'm just gonna teleport. Although canonically, you can fly in to the footfalls, talk to the dragon there, and the dragon will fly you to the top, but... Guidalo is what you thought? However, you're not good at French class? Also, Guidalo is Gridanian, not Ishgardian, right? Hello from work. Hello from work, Warrior Kalia. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not at Pelagio right now, but I have never attended a Friday opening, mainly because I'm streaming, so you know. Hey, Sanson. I am really sad that we're never going to use the Churning Mists and Sea of Clouds again, which the majority of people have expressed that they're not sad about that because of how big the maps are, but I don't know, there is something really beautiful about the whole Sky Island theming, right? Such a magnificent view. I have no gift for verse. I must commit this scene to memory, that I may convey it all to Guidalo when next we meet. Now then, 'tis only meet that we first present ourselves to the chieftain of Mogholm. Let us seek him out. Sanson, you don't want to... Dude, you are way too much of a stick in the mud for this to work out in your favor. They're gonna just have you doing all their chores. You weren't a fan of the aesthetics, nor the time it took to get around the floating islands. Are you talking about Sea of Clouds or Churning Mists on that one, Battle Benoy? Sanson anti-whimsy. Very anti-whimsy. I relate to him a lot. this is the chieftain? He has such a presence. Sea of Clouds. You really didn't like Sea of Clouds? I love the story that they were telling about the whole thing with the like landlords and the sky lords, right? Because the entire so confession time again. I'm an Ishgard nerd. Surprise. Around 1600 years ago, when Ishgard was first founded, right? Around that same time was when the situation with the landlords and the sky lords existed, right? So all of the settlements are like references to a precursor time in which Ishgardians or proto-Ishgardians would have lived together with dragonkind, and it's representative of that sort of unity. It's the whole reason why Hreisvelgr is like locked up in Zenith in Sorakai, right? Because it's him reminiscing about the good old days when humanity and dragonkind constructed things hand in hand. I freaking love Sea of Clouds. I don't like how long it takes to get around it, but it's good. It and nope, sorry, this is Churning Mist. I also like, hold on. I also like Sea of Clouds because Order of the Rose Knights and House Hallinard are there. And that's about it. I mean, it's also partially them explaining the agricultural differences, but you get it. Okay. Yeah, Bismarck was cute. Okay, sorry. Hold on. We're focusing up. We're too far away. Alleged Ishgard nerd. No, listen, hold on. We love Ishgard in this household. God. How long has it been since we did Heaven's Ward? I don't know what voice I gave him. The Ballad of Oblivion. I had not expected to hear the name from you, Kupo. It is a terrible, terrible song. Hence it is forbidden again among Moogle kind. Why, just earlier, I gave one of our bards a dressing down simply for asking about it. More like an Ishgardner, but good to see you, Technoiz. That's too normal of a voice for a Moogle. Give it an oo-woo voice. I don't know that I can do an oo-woo voice. Ah, young Magta, he was ever the inquisitive one. I hope he understands that I mean well. Lest you wonder, after being scolded, he flew off sulking and headed north of Mogholm. That's Magta to the north, Kupo. Elish, would you mind meeting up with me outside the village? God, that voice made me uncomfortable, but here we are. Oh no! Be safe, Battle Benoy. I hope everything is fine and that there isn't an actual fire. What do you mean, there we go? You think Moogles probably sound like something you want to beat up? Now that's true, however... Oh. Actually, hold on. Apparently I still have some hunt tomes here. Ooh. Can you tell that I don't play any of these classes very often? Okay, hold on. Sorry, I just had to get those while I was here. What were you saying, Sanson? It's very important, I'm sure. Despite making much of the song's forbidden nature, it's clear that Chieftain Moglin wanted us to meet the Moogle who shares our interest in it. What his motives are, I cannot say, but I see no harm in seeking out the bard of which he spoke. 12 forbid you have forgotten this, but his name is Magta, and he should be to the north of Mogholm. Man, this is gonna be impossible for us to figure out. What's the Moogle's name? Where is he? Oh god. I will say, even though we are very, like, familiar with the invisible walls of Final Fantasy XIV, Churning Mists and Sea of Clouds do make me feel like I am about to fall off all the time. Oh, hold on. Okay. I like how many buttons I have to press on Bard. I think it's very fun, but like, I know for a fact I'm not doing it right. You can tell I mainly got Bard to mess around with the musical instruments based off of how full that hotbar is. Playing Bard is basically cooldown proc management. Yeah. It feels like a lot, right? Which always feels kind of silly because I don't think I'm doing enough damage with it to justify the amount of work that we're doing into it, but you get it. Man, there was a really recent period of time where I actually conflated Scalekin and dragons because I was under the impression that the Scalekin were adhering to the dragon song. But apparently, that isn't actually the case. The Scalekin who associate with dragons is more of like a sort of almost parasitic relationship. Don't drift your songs, keep dots up, don't miss your procs, that's about it. Which sounds easy on paper, but level 80 plus you have so many procs. No luck so far. So, sorry, we are starting from sort of the middle of the, Okay. Boneheaded, layabout, Kupo. We have missed a lot of this entire sort of narrative because we're actually surprisingly close to the end. Basically what ends up happening is Sanson has been sent on behalf of Gridania and on behalf of the Bard instructor who we met back in A Realm Reborn to find this Song of Oblivion. The idea here is that it could be theoretically used as a weapon against Nidhogg and the Dravanian Horde, etc., and also could help Gridania against the Garleans. I cannot seem to find the little creature, and I was so certain that the chieftain had intended for us to seek him out. I have instantly forgotten the voice I've given Moogles. Kupopo? Please don't eat me. I'm not nearly as sweet and succulent as I look. Have no fear, little one. I promise we won't hurt you. Might you be Magta by any chance? Sanson promises that he's not going to hurt you. You know my name? Who are you? You seek the Ballad of Oblivion? Why, I do believe we're looking for the same thing, Kupo. Recently, I learned about the existence of a potent song. Legend says it resounds through the heavens and destroys all. Curious to know more, I went to ask the chieftain about it, but he told me off. Why do you want to know this song, Magta? It's beyond a single Moogle to seek, he said. I need friends with me whom I trust, otherwise it'd be far too dangerous. Unfortunately, I have no friends, Kupo. Magta! Though we have only met, we share a common objective. Might we not seek the Ballad of Oblivion together? As friends? You would search with me? Oh, joy of joys! I have friends! You have one friend. You have Sanson. You have one friend, Magta. Let's return to Mogholm at once and have the chieftain tell us all about the song, Kupo. You ain't gonna make me feel bad for a Moogle. What do you mean Elish wouldn't be friends with a Moogle? Elish might be friends with a Moogle. I, the player, I would never. I just hate them. I'm not alone, Kupo. I dare to hope that we will actually find the Ballad of Oblivion, which just leaves the question of Guidolo. Coming from the dude who loves Paisas, Paisas don't ask me to do their laundry for them and pretend it's an important quest to finding the dragon who is responsible for a third of the Dravanian horde, Battle Benoy. SMH my head. That your hearts beat as one in this endeavor is plain to see. You are fit to look for the Ballad of Oblivion. Is what I would say, except you're still missing a little something. A small but vital piece. I can't quite put a paw on it, but your fellowship is incomplete without it, Kupo. Guidolo. He is our missing piece. I believed that he would come back, but it seems I was wrong. Actually, he was stalking behind us earlier. I just didn't say anything because it didn't feel super relevant, but Sanson, I think you should be worried. I think he's kind of obsessed with you. Is this true? You caught sight of Guidolo here in the churning mists. Oh god. This Guidolo fellow? Does he love music, Kupo? Aye, that he does. Like you, he is a bard, and he loves music with all his heart. Then it's settled. Once Guidolo joins us, we'll embark on our journey. Our band will be all the merrier for his company. If he's nearby, we're bound to find him. So please, cheer up, Kupo. Until such time as your fellowship is whole, you may remain here as our guest, Kupo. Okay. Guidolo sounds like a nice fellow. I can't wait to meet him. Yeah. So Moglin's text here is about the fact that if you do the fight against Trace Valgair, Moglin will show up as like one of the intermediary bosses. Why do you hate this guy that just wants to be friends? Here's the thing, Wirebone. I'm gonna say yes, I'll be your friend. And then Mogto will be like, oh, that's great. Here, have this pie that I made to celebrate our friendship. And inside of the pie is going to be 5 dead cockroaches and like several small explosives. And then he's gonna be like, hee hee, you're live on prank.tv. And I'm going to scream. All of the Moogles are just reality TV show pranksters, and I hate them. The Ballad of Oblivion. Sanson has given up hope of Guidolo returning. Is Sidewinder a separate move from our current like 30-second hit? I guess this is a 60-second recast, so yeah. In spite of our best efforts. Nope. In spite of our best efforts, I'm afraid we weren't able to find Guidolo. If he has any intention to return, he would have done so by now. It seems plain we cannot depend upon him anymore. But with or without him, we must continue our mission. I was so hoping to meet Guidolo, but I suppose the show must go on. Now, the legend says the Ballad of Oblivion can be found in the skies to the east. Is there another place like the Churning Mists in that direction, Kupo? Sea of Clouds? Yeah. Yes, the Ishgardians have an outpost there. Truly, then that is where we must go. We will need to make a brief visit to Gridania to secure the use of an airship to bear us there. Pray, come to the landing when you arrive in the city. There are airships in Ishgard. You're here in part of a joint venture. This is just between you and me, but I've actually spoken with Guidolo, Kupo. Unfortunately, he refused to come back, saying that he couldn't bear to face Sanson. Frickin' Fujoshi bait-ass. I couldn't convince him to join us, but maybe you can, Elish. Here, take this with you. It's Sanson's journal, the one he's always writing in. I, borrowed it. I thought that it might help if you were to show it to Guidolo. You'll find him at the summit of Somal, Kupo. Please see if you can convince Guidolo to join us. Show him Sanson's journal if you think it'll help. You'll find him at the summit of Somal. Yeah, okay. Do we have the option to not show it to him? It's worded as though we do. Bah! That Mogta blabbed, didn't he? Sanson's journal. Sanson's journal, filled cover to cover with writings on song. Oh no. Oh no, is this gonna be cute? Guy who's gonna be the main story writer for Dawn Trail also wrote these quests. Interesting. Sanson's journal, is it? It's nigh filled cover to cover with writings on song. To see this, you'd think him a bard. I've done a lot of thinking since we last spoke. Though he's no bard, Sanson's bent on finding the song. Hell, as he's keener on it than any one of us, and I couldn't understand why. But now I do. Sanson truly believes in song. It's as simple as that. but in the heat of the moment, I accused him of using song as a tool. That was ill done, and I'm ashamed of myself. I can't bear to be in Sanson's company. You're off to the Sea of Clouds. Then I wish you luck. I can't go with you. I don't have the right. I need to be alone right now and take a long, hard look at myself. You do best not to expect anything of me. Not some sort of deus ex machina development where I arrive at the last possible moment to save the day. That's not Final Fantasy XIV's style. And the big bite, hello, hello. I was saying earlier, yeah, unfortunately we're not doing anything with zombies in it today. Project Zomboid is Thursday. But it is going to be this upcoming Thursday, as well as Tuesday, we're doing more Dragon's Dogma 2. Wednesday, we're doing Baldur's Gate 3. Thursday, Project Zomboid. And then Friday, whatever we feel like. And then we're going on a little bit of a break while we figure some new stuff out. So... is Sanson the nerd or the asshole? Sanson is the nerd jock. Techno is? Okay. It is bizarre that we're going through Gridania for the, It is bizarre that we're going through Gridania for this Aetheryte, because Ishgard sits right at the apex of some summits. To fly to the Sea of Clouds, which again, there's a bad demonstration of verticality on the world map, but is somewhere over here. I would imagine it is about as fast, if not faster, to go from Ishgard. Maybe he had to report into the Twin Adders HQ or something. And I will enjoy that hydrate. Thank you, the big bite. Okay. Oh boy. I've made myself invisible with Moogle magics. You mustn't talk to me or people will suspect, Kupo. We did in A Realm Reborn, there was a whole thing about how the Warrior of Light being able to see a Moogle was a big deal, and then they just sort of let that plotline go. Oh, my posture is bad. You're not wrong, Techno is. Thank you. I was shrimping. I'm pleased to say I was able to secure the Order's cooperation. We have permission to take an airship to the Sea of Clouds. Oh, joy of joys! I'm so excited I can hear music from the general direction of the airship. Let's not tarry. The Ballad of Oblivion awaits, Kupo. Start chugging that tea. We've only got a little bit left, and then we'll actually have to drink water, imagine. I don't have enough. I've done a really embarrassing thing where I have like multiple cups with only a little bit of like water or tea in it. I'm pulling Signs, the hit. Oh God, what was it called? Who's the guy? M. Night Shyamalan movie where there's a little girl. She has a bunch of water all over the place, but it ends up being good because the aliens are weirdly weak to water, which does feel like a massive mistake to make if you're coming to Earth, but you get it. Something about this place makes my fur stand on end, Kupo. Magda senses that an eldritch power rests here. I'm sorry, what? Mogtis senses that an eldritch power rests here. So I did a lot of research about this because I was going to do a podcast called The Eldritch and the Arcane. And so the word eldritch just means weird or strange. And the word arcane just means secret. So we conflate them a lot of the time with cosmic horror and with arcane magics, right? But this is not the sentence that I was expecting to be here. Shh, there's an eldritch presence sleeping. Good to see you, Nixus. Well, we'll be very quiet. Chug. All I have left is this, so. There you go, Big Bite. Although I really needed it, my throat was actually getting very dry. Mogtis senses that an eldritch power rests here, and it fills him with dread. It can only be the Ballad of Oblivion. Though this place is abandoned, such structures as remain are reminiscent of Mogho. If Moogles once lived here, then we are surely on the right track. Let us scour the entire isle. So the bit that is funny about this is Mok Oogle Island is in the shape of a Moogle's head and palm. It's obviously referencing a Moogle. We've definitely been aware of this place before, but also... Can I actually get on this airship? No, of course not. You never noticed that? Yeah, Sea of Clouds has a couple of little things like this. Provenance is in the shape of a heart, and there is a fate that will show up there, which is basically there are a bunch of birds that are in heat, and it is your job to stop those birds from getting it on. Ishgard, everybody! They pose it as the birds are like going to be a problem. Quite literally, Techno is, yeah. They phrase it like the birds are going to be a problem if they're allowed to like repopulate to dangerous population numbers, which is not an unfounded thing, but yeah. Like in the real world, we do sometimes open season on dangerous predators whose populations are too high, but you know. The ethics and science behind that is a little bit more variable, Smile. Thavnir has an aphrodisiac's pollen fate? That's so funny. What do you think humanity's whole obsession with, Well, you know what? Actually, I'm not going to open up the conversation to that. We're going to move on. Something about this place makes my fur stand on end, Kupo. Let's rock and roll. Okay, sure. This stone, it calls to me. The Ballad of Oblivion is here. I've never felt so certain of anything in my life. Where have I seen such markings before, Kupo? I remember now. This is a sealing stone, used to seal away baleful beings. You mustn't touch... Why are the Moogles in control of powerful sealing magics? What's about to pop out of the stone? Hello? Hello! It's like the siren from Pharaoh Sirius. Mogta did always have that little hat, yeah. Lygia, okay. The long cold night has ended, banished by the hand of a fool. Your dreams are mine to see, and your heart is mine to rule. Damn, we've been coming around. We've been coming around a lot of birds with boobs lately, huh? What's the story there? I sing a song of love, and such love I bear for you. With all my heart I give it, and know my heart is true. As I once loved the creatures who upon this land did dwell, but they cast aside my love, so I sent them all to hell. Just go ahead and grab that real fast. Well, bye for now. We'll catch you, Big Bite. Thank you for popping by. We love a girl boss. Normal birds have what look like a uniboob, a crop. Fun lore fact from your local bird loving. Okay, all right, fair enough. You know what? I do not look at birds that often, so there you go. But yeah, this makes a lot of sense. The siren from Pharaoh Sirius. We're talking about singing. It makes sense. My head, nay, my very soul is like to split. What is this voice? Resounds through the heavens and destroys all. Oh gods, this is the Ballad of Oblivion? Are we going to flip it the other way around? Like, is it about to be sort of like a bard doing a counter song situation? And this fiend used it to lay waste to an entire tribe of Mughals. This isn't a song. This is an outrage, Kupo. All this time, the thing I sought didn't even exist. 'Twas I who released this menace into the world. I will vanquish it, even if it cost me my life. Flee this place, the both of you. Who do you think you're trying to impress? I have chills, actually. That was such a basic scene, but the camera, this... Okay, alright, fine. Elish and Mogta aren't running anywhere, and neither am I. We're in this together, to the bitter end. Guidala, why are you here? I'm here because you know nothing, Sanson the Stiff. You know nothing, Jon Snow? I can't well leave you to your own devices. Prick up your ears, because I'm not going to say this again. It's the fervent desire to aid our comrades that bestows our songs with power. And no songs have more power than those you compose yourself. If there's no Ballad of Oblivion to be had, we'll just have to create it. Very Freyr-encoded. The whole thing about sealing the demon until Zolchark gets, analyzed and fixed. So like the siren that we've sealed into the rock is like this powerful songstress, but now through the like advent of time and I guess barding technology. Sure, I'm into it. Yes, yes, you have the right of it. Let ours be the song of triumph over a legendary fiend. I like the sound of that. Now then, there's 4 of us to battle the siren. This makes the song a quartet, eh? Why did we grab Magta? Why is he here? Hush now, my dearest, close your weary eyes, bask in the warmth of my tender lullaby. No, fiend, you're the one who will be sleeping. You call that a song? Don't make me laugh. We're gonna need to interrupt. Why deny your feelings? Why keep your love from me? Give your heart to my song, and it shall set you free. Okay. Voice of Valor, regenerating HP over time. Did we have? Oh, I forgot to interrupt the Song of Torment. Okay, if this is like the Pharaoh Sirius, yeah, lunatic voice. That will mind control us. My love unrequited, I hunger for your kiss. I taste only tears. Will I ne'er know true bliss? Your music is bad and you should feel bad. I don't have a interrupt for that. Lost to your affection, I languish in the night. My salvation lies in your love's precious light. Just a little bit further, Kupo. Now, did I mess up by using it for the Deathly Cadenza instead of Lunatic Voice? Yes, I did. I didn't want the Vuln stat, but now someone is going to be... Oh, no one is mind controlled. HP recovery via healing magic is reduced. We can just use the Paeon thing. Okay, never mind. Lunatic Voice in Pharaoh Sirius makes you attack your allies, so... Whew. The sealing stone is back to the way it was, Kupo. You were with us aboard the airship? But there's scarcely any room to... never mind that now. Wherever it was you were hiding, you made us all worried sick. Do you know that? Okay. Now, I'm not saying that the Ishgard Catholicism comparison with the sainthood and everything has a lot of flaws, but does have grounding in reality. But there's a siren singing about unrequited love in the background. These two reunited over their shared violence against that siren. It does not take a PhD to figure out what is happening here. If I didn't know before, I certainly do now. I also know how hard you've been working, thanks to this. My journal. Where did you... Give that back this instant. I need it to write my report. Balls you do. We composed our own Ballad of Oblivion. That's all you need to write. Now that I think about it, my superiors will demand more tangible results. Oh, but of course, such abilities that Elish mastered during the journey, they shall serve admirably. Make up your bloody mind. When I return to Mogholm, I'm going to tell everyone that we created our own Ballad of Oblivion, Kupo. Speaking of returning, I'd best get back to being a quiverman. And who knows? Oh, hey, the quiverman comes to give us arrows and bows and bums. I might even try to behave myself from now on, but whatever I might get up to, know that I won't rest until I surpass both Jehantel and Elish. Jehantel is the old man bard who trained us. I look forward to the day that you do. Remember, my plan can't succeed without you. Please send me word when the unit is formed. I'll come and pay everyone a visit, Kupo. You shall be the first to know, my friend. And on that note, let's go home. Alright. This was wacky on like a number of levels. First of all, I'm going to want to write down the song of the bird, right? Because I do want that like written down somewhere to be able to refer back to. There's also something really interesting about this because we don't talk about the Sea of Clouds that often. This area is not the entirety of the Sea of Clouds. The Sea of Clouds actually refers to literally a series of land masses that are just floating away. In Ishgard, in the Coerthas Central Highlands, the reason why this mountain is referred to as the Nail is because Ishgardians believe, and whether or not that's true is an entirely different part of the parable, Ishgardians believe that the mountain is actually a spear Halone threw down to stick the rest of Coerthas to the firmament, referring to the earth. Because all of this area has literally just gotten up and flown away. And that's the whole thing with Dravania, right? And when you look at Dravania on the map, you see that like chunk of the mountain peak that is floating away, same situation. So there is actually something really interesting to me about the idea that the Mughals were like, I don't know what this thing is, and we're not strong enough to deal with it, so let's seal it in a rock, and then just push the Sky Island somewhere else. It's someone else's problem now. Like, that's a very funny idea to me, and also begs the question, are sirens not composed of corporeal aether? Because the only other instances that we get of things being sealed this way are in Orosite, right? What ends up happening is that what we do is when we destroy an Ascian's body, right? The Ascian soul goes out, and at the events of A Realm Reborn post, we seal the Ascian into white Orosite, and then hit it with a bunch of aether to destroy the soul. Does that mean sirens are entirely can be sealed away like that, or do Mughals just have magic that can seal away an entire corporeal being? Because if that's the case, I've got more questions, but that's besides the point. DM me the link of the log with the siren song for easy access. Thank you, Wirebone. Okay. Yeah, the fact that all of this was happening, excuse you. The fact that all of this was happening on this island, which I have gone by so many times and never knew, is fascinating. The lore implications there are so good. Because remember, the other thing about the Sea of Clouds or the Churning Mists Mughals is that they are supposedly the basis for the Good King Mughal narrative, right? That the Good King Mughal allowed the rest of the Mughals of the Twelveswood to descend from the heavens, and we think that that's actually literally a part of the narrative. So, what happened to the character who inspires that particular story? They could still be around. The Mughals might not have a punishment system akin to corporeal punishment. They might just seal people in rocks forever and be like, you prankster, you, now I'm going to lock you in a rock. It also actually begs the question why the Mughals don't do that with dissident members of the remnants of Nidhogg's brood. Although that could be answered by it being magic that they used to have in the past. In the course of the calamities that have occurred since, they've lost the ability or the spell to do so. So there's a lot there. This is like, Please send me word when Sanson and Guidolo form their unit. I'll come and pay everyone a visit, Kupo. So I assume they definitely show up during the Endwalker, like, assembling the... What was it called? The, like, Eorzean Expedition unit or something? Let's be on our way, eh? Form their unit? Weird way of saying get married. Upon returning to Gridania, I must report to both the Order of the Twin Adder and the God's Quiver. While I attend to business, might I trouble you to pay Jehantel a visit? He will doubtless desire to hear an account of our journey. Thank you, Elish, for everything. I know not when it will be, but I look forward to the day we meet again. Sure. Listen, there is nothing wrong with the ardent appreciation for sirens, but also I feel like we're really missing the joy of the moment, which is apparently that Sanson and Guidolo are getting married, and Magta is first on the invitee list, but I'm not. Am I flying a chair? Yes. Next question. I'm saying, TechnoWiz, get on 14. We're about to hit a new expansion. Maybe if I wasn't such a hater towards Magta, maybe they heard me being a hater and they were like, we can't invite this guy to our wedding. A rousing tale of friendship in the face of adversity. I thank you for watching over Sanson and Guidolo. When Sanson's plans begin taking shape, he may count on me to aid him in whatever way I am able. As for you, my friend, 'tis plain that your experiences have raised you higher as a bard, as I had expected they would. I pray that you shall ever be a paragon of our art, enriching the hearts of men with song. Sure. The fervent desire to aid your comrades awakens an ancient melody inside of you. All right. We got to get Bard to level 70. Excuse me. Okay. Next class quests. Same thing. It's going to be 3 minutes. Pardon me. We've got which class quests next? We've got Dragoon, Ninja. We've got Astrologian. Technically, we have Sage, but I feel like Bo would be incredibly angry at me if I didn't put Dancer on here. So let's definitely do Dancer. Oh, Reaper is the one I didn't put down, and Reaper from last time. Same deal. Multiple votes are allowed. If you spend sweet channel points. If you don't see the poll, go ahead and refresh. But yeah. I would get your text out. All right, well. That's what you would do. But what about what I would do? Thank you for the hydrate and posture. Oh, I have been shrimping bad lately. I don't think any of this relic stuff is actually going to be better than the stuff that I currently have equipped on Bard, but maybe? Yeah, only the pants. Oh yeah, and we're not in a town. But we can deal with that later. Astrologian is Ishgard lore. How have you not done it? Well, Ishgard-centric. Mainly because I hate House Durandare. I'm sorry to any House Durandare supporters in the field. You're basic. House Durandare is an absolute group of hex. I actually don't have any more water available around me. Techno is. Everything else is... Nope, I had a little bit of water. That's the last of the hydration that I can get. Okay, confession time. The fact that House Durandare is considered the #1 among the big four is insane to me. I hate them. I hate their stupid bell, coat of arms. I hate their stupid house. I hate Durandare. 3-minute ads to go get water. But, oh my god, why is Dancer so overwhelmingly... I forgot about the additional votes. I hate Durandare. House Hallinart is the underrated best child. I'm capped up on Poetics, I think. Yeah, I could go pick up some more level 80 gear for Dancer. Yeah, Hallinart, hell yeah. I'd also hate Zamail, obviously, but I am more willing to forgive Zamail because, okay, so canonically there is no official ranking of the big four, right? Ostensibly they are all relatively equivalent, and the remits that they have are not ever explicitly said in the same way, right? Like House Gervaint from the Blacksmith quest line, obviously their remit seems to do something with, oh my god. Okay, Astrologian. I did not see that happening. Sure, fair enough. Astrologian it is. You got dinner, so 07, we'll catch you, Presna. But yeah, like amongst the big four, like in my headcanon, it has always been House Durandare has to be the top because of course they are. Then it used to be House Hallinart. House Hallinart has dropped due to the amount of Inquisition and whatnot that has been happening to them and targeting them specifically since the loss of the Stone Vigil. And then so Fort Tomps is #2, and Hallinart and Zamail are sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel, trying to figure out whatever they can, right? Because Hallinart's remit was ostensibly something to do with agriculture, and Zamail's remit is actually the only one that is the most explicitly stated under Masonry. But yeah. Just doesn't want to admit of how much of a thirsty little guy they are. Who, me? Please do Dancer for Bo, you were memeing. Bo's not here, though. So I think when Bo returns, we can absolutely switch to Dancer for the next one if we want. I don't think anyone has any hard feelings on that one, actually, Battle Benoy. And if they do, we'll talk about it. No, I'm kidding. Or am I? TechnoWiz! Thank you so much for gifting out 5 tier 1 subs. I forgot to update the goal, but we're actually sitting at a sweet 64 subscribers right now. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much for gifting out those tier 1 subs to Wildflower Inc., Mommy Vox, It's Bubbly, Mangy Carface, and Jolly Cat. I appreciate that. Welcome to the gang, y'all. You have access to the full suite of emotes. We used to do Demised After Dark, where you guys would be able to vote on what we're talking about. More or less, that might be making a comeback, but it is going to be sort of coming out in a new form after we take our little break next week. So welcome in, everybody. Say thank you to TechnoWiz if you're here and feel like it. And if you don't, what am I gonna do? Beat you up? Behind the back of a Denny's? I would never do that to you. Yeah, the Athenium Astrologicum. So this is something that we have not spoken about much with regards to Ishgard lore on streams, just because it hasn't been super relevant. But it is really interesting to me because the first dicastral observatorium of ethereological and astrological phenomena is a part of the reason why Durandare has the position of first amongst the houses, right? And it's twofold. House Durandare maintains White Brim font. If you go and check out White Brim font, you'll see House Durandare livery all over the place. But they also, together with House Zamail, maintain the first dicastral observatorium. And the first dicastral observatorium is actually used to predict the movements of the Dravanian horde. And so the first time I heard that sounds like a bunch of hullabaloo, right? Like, it's very like, well, I'm a rising Aquarius setting Pisces or whatever, right? And so the thing is that even once you accept astrologians as a part of the Final Fantasy XIV lore in general, there's actually another relevant capacity in which maybe the Ishgardians are onto something, which is the Dragon Star. Because dragons in Final Fantasy XIV are literally aliens that have come here from another planet. And so the idea that because we know that with regards to Aetheris / Hydaelyn, depending on where you are in the narrative, we know that there's the life stream, we know that there is the ethereal sea, which is apparently the core of the planet, because why not? So the idea that Ishgardians can actually predict the movements and decisions of dragons based on the Dragon Star is wild, but also has way more basis in it than I thought previously. I still hate Durandare, though, so you get it. I guess I shouldn't be surprised you set your return point to Ishgard and not Grand Company City like most others. The other reason why I don't have it set to a Grand Company City Wirebone is because I have these Aetheryte tickets that'll get me back there anyways. So, yeah. So here's all of these assholes, which I do love this place so much. Ugh. This is probably my number 2 place to hang out in the city, other than the Congregation of Our Knights Most Heavenly, because they are, when you take it down to its base components, just a bunch of nerds. So we did the very beginning quests in order to get Astrologian, but we never went particularly far afterwards. Let's rock and roll. A lesson in patience. Jeanne Quinard? I don't speak French. And I never tried to say these things out loud before. Janny Boy appears slightly distressed. Speak with the astrologian and try to learn if aught is amiss. Are you doing well, Elish? Well then, that at least makes two of us. I cannot keep such important news from you, Elish. Lady Laveva and Quimperain. Just last night, they fell victim to another ambush at the hands of bandits. J-Dog II, absolutely not. Jacquinard and Laveva are both such good characters. Astrologian and PC is good, yeah. Ishgardian names are so difficult, even if you read them a lot. Saying them on stream is so challenging. Who was it the other day? Adelfell is like really straightforward and easy, which, by the way, Fanina, I don't know if you're at all interested, but... And also, I'm throwing this out explicitly because of our connection through Ishgard. Do not feel any further pressure in any other direction. But I have been obsessively doing the Unreals because it's Thornton right now. And so, who is it? Jean Lois. His name is not Jean Lois. I don't know when I started saying Jean Lois, but the problem is that now I always refer to that member of the Heavens Ward as Jean Lois. That's like not his name, and it's stuck in my brain at this point. So yeah. Jeanne Quinard. That can't be it. That can't be it. Your static started calling them Janice and Adel. I have a weakness in my heart for Adelfell because all of the rest, like the majority of the Heavens Ward have like some real problems going on, right? Like obviously at the top of it, Cherubert literally burned an orphanage down because that's where he came from. But like, and then like Grinnau, right, literally like murders some innocent people, abusing their status as knight. But Adelfell's like, he put the char in. No. Elish's in-character backstory is that he was an inquisitor that served several layers below, but in the same department as Cherubert, right? But Adelfell's like great sin, right? Because like all of the 12 have horrible sins. Adelfell's great sin is that he was like apparently a little bit of a Casanova. And so the problem was he like boned people, right? And then their married significant others would be like, well, now I have to duel you to the death for my partner's honor or whatever. And then Adelfell accepted the duel to the death and then killed them in a very, God, who is it from Game of Thrones? Ares Oakheart kind of situation. And like, I hate Adelfell by the same token, but he, like, the fact that is his big, like, morally reprehensible and unacceptable thing is kind of jokes to me in comparison to the rest of the Heavens Ward. Also, I think it's Nudene. I don't remember. The one who's good at ice magic. He's legitimately just trying to be a good dude, and I do feel bad for him all the time. But yeah. Okay, anyways, focusing up. Jeanne Quinard. That can't be right. The ever-resourceful Quimperain approved his invaluable worth once again, with a dashing display of chivalry that would put any knight in the sea. A statement would shame any knight in the sea. A statement that attests to the sorry state of our knights. But that is a chat we can have over a different cup of tea. When Lady Laveva attempted to retire to a room in that filthy inn in the Broom, I had our sorely disused second floor cleared and refurbished with trappings from my own home. She is up there now and asked to see you the moment you arrived. Okay. Gotcha. Well, we know according to the ethereal axis now that ice aether is closer to light aether, and that, God, do we actually know what's the closest aether to dark? From the Eden raids. Oh god, it's been so long. It's not fire, is it? Is it wind? Ugh. Oh boy. Voice. Oh, maybe Levin. Levin would make a lot of sense, actually, yeah. Wait, you don't seem at all surprised to see me here. Did Jana Conard tell you of the attack? Damn the fool. And after I told him to keep his mouth shut. Though, I suppose I must bear some of the fault for ever thinking he could do as he was told. Now, I suppose you are wondering why I summoned you here to these makeshift chambers, and no, it has not to do with the bandit attacks it appears are much more common in your realm than I thought. Actually, knowing that Leveva is from Old Charlea does make this very funny, right? There are times when the heavens may provide you with a vision... There are times when the heavens may provide you with a vision of a future that is slightly beyond your original aim. In these cases, the stars are not flawed, only out of order. And so, by shuffling a card back into the deck, we are in no way ignoring or denying a future, merely postponing a reading intended for a later date, and replacing it with something that better pertains to the present. I trust that you will pick up this technique swifter than Jana Conard. Oh, wow. That was the... Sure, okay. Do we use redraw? That was the entire quest? Thanks, I guess. It is Levin that is the closest to dark. Oh yeah, Battle Benoit, yeah. Redraw is used. You use it to get better seals. I don't know where I'm gonna put that on my hotbar. So what? Okay. You draw, and then you have the option to redraw. But you can only do that once. Okay, sure. Maybe I'll put that somewhere on the mouse. I'll deal with that later. Or if you're trying to fish for melee instead of range. I mean, if you never plan on mastering Astrologian, you can probably ignore it. Put it where draw is? Well, that doesn't... Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Slings and arrows. Leveva appears to be fully recovered from her ordeal with the bandits and is ready to continue your training. So, it's been a while. Leveva's grandfather passed away, and her grandfather was the one who was originally invited to Ishgard to teach the Ishgardians about astrology. Something like that, I think. We'll catch you around, Fanina. Again, thank you so much for popping by and dropping your nerds over here. It's appreciated. Grandpa got kidnapped, so he's not dead. He is still alive. Assigning cards is kind of a burden at first, but once you know what goes to who, you find it fun. There was something about colors, right? The color of the card is supposed to be determinant of who it goes to. I genuinely don't know. I don't play Astrologian. Thank you for the lore chit chat. It's exactly what you needed to listen to tonight. Thanks for popping by. Yeah, for sure. Little bit addicted to Ishgard lore. It's 100% of my personality. I'm wearing a shirt that literally says Temple Knights, Holy See of Ishgard, so you know. Oh, right. You think the borders. Personally not sure how you read it, though. Interesting. Blue equals melee, purple equals range. Gotcha. Okay. Such a good shirt. Okay, bye! You're polling people on Twitter, and so far you've gotten Jeanne-Car and Jean Canard. That can't be right. Jean-Car? Jean-Car? Jean Kinar. I hate both of those as options. Okay, sorry, we're focusing up. Laveva appears to be fully recovered from her ordeal with the bandits and is ready to continue your training. Are you ready, my pupil? The gate to the fourth heaven awaits. However, the location I have chosen for attunement will not remain the most optimal for long. You are to travel with Jean Quinard, and I will make the journey with Kimperane. There are no objections? Good. So, Kimperane is a Durandare man-at-arms? If it is Lady Laveva you seek, she just left with Kimperane for Limsa. If you make haste, you may still be able to catch them at the airship landing. Me? As much as I would like to indulge myself on the pillows of Rotano pleasure barges, there is a congress to be held in the vault, and all of the prominent houses have been summoned. My presence at such an event would be sorely missed, so I fear this next lesson must needs proceed without me. I'm certain the Lady Laveva will understand. I can always open the third gate another day, or was it the fourth? Third or fourth, it is of no matter. The stars certainly will not be going anywhere. Which is actually more ironic because of the Dragon Star, right? The Dragon Star is literally dead now. But that's besides the point. Okay, let's rock and roll. I mean, the other thing is, right, it's not actually French, it's fantasy language French, so we can just call it whatever we want to, right? But yeah. Oh! Ruckus! Piani Moskva. The real Piani. Where is he? Hawker's Round? Okay. Because the thing about all of the houses of Ishgard is they have a dominant color which defines their outfits. Durandare's is obviously red, in part because of the bell. But there is also there are also there's a little bit of contention about whether or not House Halinart's primary color is black or red for a very similar situation. Zamail's is silver, I believe, and Fortomp is a similar situation. I like prescribing Halinart green, in part because of what I've done with Elish, but you get it. And Big Bite, hello! Sorry, friend. Still on 14. Do not have anything to hydrate with right now. But I think after we finish Astrologian, we'll go ahead, grab some water, and then pop over to Dancer questline. God. My lord, the Lady Laveva is missing. We disembarked the airship together, but became separated in the chaos at the landing. Seeing as how the lady has found herself the victim of bandit attacks twice since arriving in Eorzea, I fear she may be targeted once again, especially considering the location. This is my first time setting foot in Limsa Lominsa, but I have been made aware of its landmarks. folks. Might I suggest we search independently so that we might cover more ground? I shall start with several of the seemingly more disreputable locations, such as the Drowning Wench, the Astalicia, and the Missing Member. Would my lord be so kind as to search Fisherman's Bottom and the Coral Tower? Let us meet at the 7th Sage once our survey is complete. Is Carvalane gonna show up? Because Carvalane hangs out at the 7th Sage. Like, that's his territory. Oh! Vakebe! Vakebe is the Mikote who helps you in the rogue quest line. It appears she does not know who I am. 20-odd summers since I spilled from me ma's loins, and ain't once I ever heard the word astrologian. Now, in the span of 2 bloody bells, I gone and meet myself not one, but an honest-to-goodness pair of live star-goppers. Didn't see where the other fair-skinned lass buggered off to. Ones as that, though, oft end up on the pleasure barges, if you catch me drift. Fair enough. Why is the choose what color to set the lights to so much cheaper than change the lights to green? It's because I didn't realize that it was comparatively easy to cut me out of any background, so I thought like it being green would help people more with like making it appear as though I was somewhere else doing something. It was a whole thing. It's an artifact from a long time ago. A Rainer. We knew this guy. What is his rank? Commodore? Another astrologian? How odd. It is not often that even our city-state, known for its diversity, welcomes a single reader of the stars through its gates, let alone 2, and in the same day, no less. Yes, I took a few moments from my duties to speak with her about the city-state. She seemed quite interested in our dealings with the Sahagin, the Serpent Reavers, and the Garlean Empire. I told her what I could, but she left after only a few moments. It was as if she thought she was being pursued, but the Charlian was gone before I could assign her a yellow jacket escort. Blue, please. Yeah, absolutely. Techno is, for you, easy peasy. You prefer the darker blue or the lighter blue? Darker. Okay, sure. There you go, friend. Okay, let's keep rocking and rolling. Oh wait, there's someone else in the Coral Tower we need to talk to? I don't know if I've ever gone downstairs in here before. So, a part of Limsalomince's design, which is really interesting to me, is that it was basically a flotilla of ships. And I do think that's actually really cool. Aye, I seen me a stuffy lass and Rumgar poking her lovely head in holes where it weren't wanted. 'Tis rare we get one so worldly down in the gurgling belly of the tower. I had to halt training to work out what the fuss was about. The maid inquired as to where she might find herself a nip or two or some strong stuff, so I pointed her in the direction of our resident apothecary, Carvalane, or in the 7th Sage. So, what we know about the Holy See is a real place? I don't quite get what you're going at there, Battle Benoy. But yeah, the thing about Carvalane is actually the son and heir to the Count Durandare, who is currently residing. And Carvalane has actually come across his father a couple of times. Carvalane actually, in his like denial of his role as the son and heir of House Durandare, actually gets Sir Gorgone in trouble. Saw it as a church jurisdiction in Rome. Ignore your tangent. No, Battle Benoit, it's totally fair. The Holy See literally just refers to that like holy location that is its own municipality. Obviously, the Catholic Church came first, but yeah. You thought the term was entirely made up. No, no, no. Gorgone Mills. It's been a while. Am I crazy? Do I not actually have it unlocked? Hello? Help? Am I a fake fan? No, here it is. Okay. Techno is... Sir Gorgone was a proud knight and bannerman of House Durandare until the fateful day when the heir of that house, Carvalane, vanished from sight while under his care, never to be seen again. Devastated by the loss of the boy and his own failing, he put aside his blade and built this farm, where he quietly lived out the rest of his days. Now, there is a whole thing about Gorgone and Drillmont, which is real side tangent stuff, but I do love a lot of the Ishgard stuff. I'll talk to you later. This Lady Laveva. You said she was an astrologian, yes? It has been many summers, but there was a time when I, too, dreamed of reading the stars. To think, if I had a teacher as lovely as her, my life might have taken a different direction. Carvalane, you rat bastard. Lord Elish, I bear good tidings. The Lady Laveva is scheduled to return here within a matter of bells. It seems she entered a contract with Carvalane for the purchase of several of the apothecary's wares. An interesting girl, that one. Very rarely do we see young maidens walk the Lominson streets without escort, and almost never do they come to me seeking, spice. Still, she did appear quite uneasy, as if being watched or followed. Suspicions, I must say, not uncommon in our fair city. Might she be in some manner of trouble? Those few who agreed to speak with me at the Drowning Wench and the Missing Member claimed the same. My short stay on the Astalicia bore no fruit whatsoever. What were you able to find, my lord? Laveva is supposed to only be 16, at least in the lore book. There's discrepancies. Hachi machi! I see. So we have ascertained that the lady is being followed, and that she is aware of the fact. If this is the case, I believe she will attempt to move somewhere she will be in plain sight of as many people as possible. I doubt that will help in this town. Kidnappings and killings are conducted in broad daylight here, and when they happen, most people just keep their heads down, so as to not have them removed from their shoulders. Carvalane, that's just not true, what? Google says in Stormblood it's implied she's 19. I mean, supposedly the events from A Realm Reborn to Endwalker are supposed to take somewhere around 15 years, right? So it would make sense if in Stormblood she literally just aged up. It's just, you know, the time bubble. "12 damn this town. My lord, I shall set out at once and try and locate Lady Laveva. There is still the chance she may return here on her own, so I ask that you remain in case she does. If she has not arrived at the rendezvous point by the time of her scheduled meeting with Carvalane, then we shall both go to the one location that is most populated after the sun falls in Limsa, the Drowning Wench." stupid edit you made where you changed my background in the stream server? Yeah. No lighting color can stop the madness. Do what you gotta, Battle of Vinoy. How old is Carvalane? Oh my god. We're gonna do a fight in Limsa? Hell yeah. Slings and arrows. It appears that your companion is tied up. Not literally, I hope. Perhaps you should head to the wench and see if she is there like your friend believes. Though, I fear if she did not make it that far, you may never find her again. At least, not alive. Worry not, my starry-eyed friend. If by chance she were to arrive here after your departure, you have my word that no harm shall come to her while she remains behind the Seventh Sage's doors. Inquire with townspeople about Leveva's whereabouts. Sure. "34? Carvalane. A woman in black? What's wrong with the woman standing before ye?" Okay. Goodbye. The main problem is that you don't have a quest associated with you, and I am a very objectives-driven individual. I might have seen Mia last scurrying off to the higher line. Right? Okay. Oh, it's literally the only way I can go, is it? Would I have been able to go downstairs again? Oh, I am. Interesting. Why am I able to come down here? Just didn't think to put an inaccessible line down here? There are normally NPCs down here having some flavor of conversation, but yeah. You'll see smiles. Uh-oh. Is that pirate lying to me? Is he an imposter? So Ewer has, what, a white outline? Is that what that is? Are you a liar, sir? Ewer is ranged, if that's what you're asking. Oh. Well, that's not a townsperson. That's just explicitly Leveva. Oh no, suspicious astrologian. Me brave knight in shiny armor. Come and give me gutter a kiss. Okay. Damn, what? I was hoodwinked. My lord, the area is filled with imposters who seek to keep us occupied while their leader pursues Lady Leveva? We must be quick? What? That there are those who would attempt to stall us, must mean the lady still eludes them. Follow me. I fear she may not be able to remain hidden for much longer. Okay, so if we know there are shapeshifters, how do we know to trust Quimperane? Elish, we must save Lady Leveva. Do we know that this is her? Oh no! We got hoodwinked again. Like moths to the flame. Filio be pleased when I bring her back your wings. Another imposter. Ifrit's fiery pits. Just how many of these damned rogues are there? Quimperane. What language? Sure. Which one is Lady Leveva? It's Lady Leve. I is Lady Levevi. You have to ask? I mean, I presume this one. Right? That feels like a very straightforward and obvious choice. Leveva, Heaven's Reader, Suspicious Astrologian. Quite clever of you, Elish, to discern which one of us was the imposter. Lady Leveva, stay behind me. Evil still lurks. Balls! I thought she was one of us! What a bizarre quest line. Okay, sure. Lady Leveva, you have my apologies. It was my fault I allowed us to become separated. Do not blame yourself, Quimperane. I sensed danger at the landing, and it was my instinct to run, as ever I have. I forgot that I could trust you. Unfortunately, by the time I realized such, there was no sign of you, so I did what I could to blend in, choosing crowded places, speaking with as many locals as possible, though all the while feeling there were unseen eyes watching my every move. So are we going to get an explanation for how those imposters ended up looking like Leveva? By the time I realized that my pursuers were simply leading me away from you, night had already fallen, giving them the perfect opportunity to strike. It was then I witnessed several of the bandits had disguised themselves in garb similar to mine. I assumed this was to confuse the three? Ahem. 2 of you still searching for me. What was that slip up? It was then I conceived the idea to play the part of an imposter because she thought Jenna Quinard was going to be with us. Okay. It was then I conceived the idea to play the part of an imposter myself. Why hide in the shadows when you can hide in plain sight? That was quite brilliant of you, Lady Leveva. May I ask, were you at any time able to discern who these pursuers were? The amount of effort put into your capture would suggest they are more than mere pirates looking to sell you to slavers. Unfortunately, no, and I wasn't about to walk up and ask them who they were or who had hired them. But that is all behind us now. Let us see if we can salvage something from this horrible night. The 4th gate ascends nearby, Elish. Shall we not see it made yours? To the anchor yard. Probably just glamour magic. I am upset about how glamour prisms work in this game, but I'll get over it. Well, I'll be a barnacle on a kraken's arse. If it ain't the star-goppin' lassie come to scry us our fortune. Tell us, which one'll be dying first like? The beat red knight with a carp on his codpiece, or the stern-faced venturer on his high hobby horse? Yeah, and the other way that you can tell Quimperane is a Durandare man-at-arms is obviously because of the Durandare symbol on his shield. Gods damn it! How many pirates are there in this god-forsaken hell? Defeat the Serpent Revists. There's no end to that. What is it you all want from me, then? Coin? Is that it? Here, you can have all that I can carry. How kind of ye. Though it ain't your purse we was hired to... snatch. 'Tis you, m'lady. But we'll make sure your coin gets its way to deserving hands. Once we tied and gagged ye and left your friends here bleeding in the gutter. Okay. Wait, but how is... But they're casting astrologian spells. All the coin in the world is not losing my life over. Farewell, m'lady. You won't get away this time. There will be time enough for questions once we've torn their throats out. Brain, more pirates approach. The Night Watch reported a pair of maids flinging magics down in the yard. Thought it would be you two. Could hear the clamor all the way down in the bottom, and I ain't one to turn a deaf ear to a proper midnight melee. Do not let a pair of new blades keep us from our prize boy's attack. Oh no. Well, I don't know what you're trying to summon, but I am going to keep interrupting it. A manservant and a maid, that's all I was told. Worked up quite the thirst I have. If ye find yourself beset by any more pirates or brigands, or son shall be wetting me blade and me whistle both over at the wench. Oh, there's more dialogue, but I did not have time to read it. Who is this? Hello? Haha, lay down them weapons or I'll cut the old man a new grin under his chin. I cannot believe that actually worked. Nor can I, but then again, never have I fought someone so credulous. Now let us do this as they do in the Fear Babes. You step over here, and I let the man go, easy peasy. Fear Babes. What are they talking about? Wait, I know you. You're the bandit leader who attacked Lady Leveva's grandfather in the Black Shroud. She's making me think of, not in terms of appearance, obviously, but in terms of, like, design. The Ivy from the A Realm Reborn Post stuff. Someone has a good memory for being so on in years. Well then, this changes everything. First off, I can finally drop this annoying pirate accent. And secondly, I suppose I can simply kill you now, rather than pretending to let you go once a lady has drawn close enough. What? Stop right there. Unhand that man, or I'll have your head tarred and on the prow of a galley by cockerel. First maniacal marauders, then feline fishers, and now the Commodore of the Swiven... Oh, wait, no. First maniacal marauders, then feline fishers, and now the Commodore of the Swiven Thalassocratic Navy. How many more gods in this machine going to drop on me? Deus Ex Machinas. Until next time, Lady Leveva. I do hate the little Ellison run. You have my apologies. I was a fool to fall for the bandit's trick. Amazing. In all my years, that was the first time I've ever seen that feigning death trick actually work. Oh wait, no. In all my years, that's the first time I've ever seen that feigning death trick actually work. But now is not a moment to be dwelling on our many failings. I have a dastard to apprehend. You would be surprised how many people run after being told to stop right there. Oh, poor Raynor. Lady Leveva, that pirate, she was the same bandit who... Yes, I know, and that changes little, for I still have no idea who she may be, or who she may be working for. There's naught we can do until the Commodore brings the woman to justice, or until she decides to attack us again. What we can do is what we came here for Elish's training. Now, look to the stars and behold the arrow. The fourth heaven, or the heaven of wind, was created atop a lofty peak by Oshan, the Wanderer, whose footsteps had been guided by the Navigator. Oh, we killed all of these people, Leveva. They're all dead. The wind that blows off Limlane's seas guides the arrow fast and true, and so shall it deliver the weary souls of those trapped in the mire of confusion, indecision, and over-contemplation. Okay. I love astronomy as much as the next folk. I will be real. Whenever they're like, do you see that there? That's Orion's belt. I'm like, what are you literally on about? The fourth heaven has opened its gates, allowing you access to its sacred parenteralia. From this day forth, its powers is yours to interpret and wield. That power will further aid you as you continue to hone your skills. Now, let us return to Ishgard. I have a few words for a certain student of mine who felt inclined to forego this particular lesson. The arrow blazes in the welkin, unlocking the gate to the fourth heaven. Don't know what that means, but sure enough. Ugh. I do love Ishgard. I wish, and I know it's very selfish of me, right? But like, I wish we could go into other places. Like the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine, we only go in there for the Tataru fight. Durandare Manor, Halinart Manor, Zamail Manor, you can never go inside any of them. You can only go in Fort Tompt Manor. And I know why, but like, God. I'm still to this day sad that they got rid of the Diadem being that like event that you could go to through airships through your FC. And I know everyone tells me that it was a train wreck and that it's much better now as it is, but there's still a part of me that wishes I could have gotten to be there and or see it and or interact with it. Oh well. Elish, you might have had the decency to warn me that the Lady Leveva was in a mood with me for not joining you. She seemed to think that I was to blame for your misadventures. Is he? Now why would that be? It's not as if my being there would have prevented the bandits from attempting to abduct Leveva, these being the same bandits who attacked you in the Black Shroud, which is, by the way, is another location I was not at. This is plainly something far beyond our control. Yeah. Okay, I see why she's suspicious of you, but you're too incompetent to pull this off, dude. And furthermore, it's not as if I was merely sipping cordials and waltzing with baronets. I was helping further our cause. I spoke with several high-ranking cardinals about Lady Leveva being granted the opportunity to speak at the vault regarding Charlian astrology. What do you think of that? I think that's a really bad idea. I was politely turned down, of course, but it is the gesture. The gesture that will one day lead to another gesture, that will one day lead to a head inclined slightly in the general direction of another gesture. Little steps, my protege, little steps. You were right, but gravity. Ooh, we know about this, vaguely. I'm defying gravity. You missed item 1.0? Again, yeah, I've only heard bits and pieces, but all I can hope is that the field operations with Dawn Trail give us something good to eat. Jeanna Quinard appears to be motioning to you with his eyes. Why he doesn't simply call out your name is both disturbing and relieving at the same time. Greetings. Your timing, my friend, is impeccable, for it just so happens that at this very moment I have need of your assistance. While our lovely Lady Leveva has been out making herself a target for every cutthroat and cur in the realm, I have been focusing my efforts on our main objective. Training? Pah! There'll be time enough for training later. No, I speak of our ultimate goal of spreading knowledge of the Charlian School of Astrology throughout the Holy See. As you know, the Vault recently turned down my request to allow Lady Leveva to speak before them, but I am not one to be turned away so easily. No, I have a plan. I shall entreat Chief Astrologian Forlamont to draw up an official recommendation. The Vault will not so quickly dismiss the words of a man of such standing. Yes, I know mine uncle loathes me with a passion rarely seen even in young lovers, and there really is no reason why he would aid our cause, being a staunch opponent of change and all. But that does not mean we cannot try, and if we fail, well then we can try again, and again, and again until he is so annoyed that he writes us the recommendation simply to see us out of his thinning hair. And by we, I mean you. Considering how red the chief astrologian became the last time I visited him, I reason it would be detrimental to mine uncle's health should I arrive at his place of research, and we most certainly would not want him to fall ill or collapse before he penned us that recommendation. Oh, sweet prince. You know what sucks? Is I do find myself warming to Jeanna Quinard. So in Coerthus Central, he is exactly the level of foppish noble that I wish we could see a little bit more of. Oh my god. Literally just wearing the Leveva outfit, I guess. So I was talking earlier about the remits of certain Ishgardian houses. The Skyfire Locks is actually House Hallinarts. Which is in part indicative of their declining significance, right? Because everyone else has well-established locations. The first Dicastral Observatoriums, the Zamail Darkhold. Monument Tower is also under Hallinart control, which is a little bit more indicative of their power. White Brim Font is Durandare, and Camp Dragonhead is, of course, House Fortemps. But the Skyfire Locks are actually a very sort of desolate place, and it is in part indicative of their previous, more agricultural inclination. So obviously this is where we met Francel, right? Who is sort of their representative out in the field in much the same way that at the time Sweet Boy Horshafont was. But all of the Skyfire Locks are obviously these sort of smaller locations dedicated to house workers and house soldiers from House Hallinart. And each of them have these little locations in the back that never get used. I freaking love this space. I wish more of more recent stuff would have this. Camp Dragonhead, where I go to weep. I'm sorry. It's beautiful. All of these places are so good. So good. I miss Ishgard to like everything, as evidenced by me bringing it up all the time. But it's good to see you. Isn't it a little late, Rosie? The only other not joke suggestion you got was Jeanne Canard, by the way. Jeanne Canard might be it? I don't know. It's rough. Curse Savantel, that long-faced martinet. There never was a night as cold as this, yet he begrudges us more wood for the fire. I would gladly, especially if it were Savantel, kill for a mug of warm wine. Oh, God, Skyfire Locks. God. House Helenart in general. Not yet. Pretty early. Oh, excuse me. I was under the very incorrect impression that it was a little bit later, so there you go. Sidonia is the battle warden who takes over the guild hests. Long live the queen and Shadow and Claw, I believe. Yeah. So she's the person who gives you those instructions from the Adventurers Guild. God, it's been so long. Man has ever charted the movements of the celestial bodies, scrutinizing the patterns to which wisdom can be wrought. But in Ishgard, we must also remain watchful for signs of Dravanian activity, for even a slight delay can be the difference between survival and death. The good old firmament for you. Yeah, I pop by the firmament sometimes. I need to do more of a new diadem, but I just haven't had the time. Ishgard will always have your heart. It's so good! I do, these dopey little hats of all of the astrologians is so funny. Is this? It's literally not Horschiffant, but for a half second I thought it was. What are these hats called? They're called like sugar loaf hats or something ridiculous. Yeah, cotton sugar loaf hats. They're so stupid. Oh, God. To be a fly in the room when they chose these hats. The Sugarloaf. Yeah, JR. And they're required for a fashion report this week. Are they really? I forgot to craft the like leather things for the last fashion report. I need to remember to do that this time, so that way people can start getting their MGP. They're fashionable. I don't know about that one. Who do I see? No, hold on. I gotta go older. Who do I see disturbing me this fine evening but Janikar's new manservant? I suppose you came here for this. Janikar never ceases to amaze, does he? Not only does the lout have the nerve to ask me for aid, but then he refuses to do me the common courtesy of accepting that aid in person. Ever the entitled little shite, more worried about his popularity amongst the fairer sex than how his actions disgrace his family's name. For Lamort, is it Durandar? I mean, that makes sense, obviously, but that's fascinating. Ah, the slackjaw. I suppose you are wondering why in the world I, of all people, would agree to such nonsense. Well, it is simple. Allowing the heathen astrologian to dig her own grave in front of the entire vault, and the Ishgardian astrologian community will only serve to accomplish what I wished from the very start. Charlatan astrology has no place in Ishgard. It has no place in Eorzea. It has no place in this world. It is dangerous and serves no purpose but to take our eyes off of what is truly important. Using astrology to free us from the dragon's menace and ensure man's return to Halone's kingdom. Leveva's dithering will only make it that much clearer. And Janikar. Perhaps this will finally spell his downfall. He has only been allowed to continue this nonsense because he is harmless, too caught up in the luxury of being in line to Count Durandar's title to actually put forth any real effort in furthering his ahem cause. Jenna Kennard is in line to be the Count de Durandare? That's not right. He's a cousin. He's a distant cousin at that. Tell us how you really feel, sir, yeah. Easy 80 points this week is hempen gaskins and leather shoes anyways. No hat needed. Okay, I'll have to remember to check that in the FC Discord, so that way I can craft some of those, slap them in the FC chest. We can also buy them for cheap, but you get it. That's what it says on his wiki page too when you went to check his age. Janacard being in line for the Count de Durandare is kind of like saying, I don't know, it's just nothing. It costs 350 gil from the vendor, but crafting it with my own hands, JR. Fair enough. But that can't be right, because we know who the current heir to Durandare is, and it is the nephew of, great nephew, I think, of Count Charlemagne, right? Like, being a younger heir to House Durandare, Jeanne Connard resigned himself to modest expectations and slacked off accordingly on the Wikipedia. Interesting. I wonder if they mean to be saying like a younger son, right? But he's not a son of Charlemagne. Bizarre. Noble aristocracy nonsense, right? Charlemagne astrology is but an oddity which he can boast about at balls, to get him in bed with the slatternly maids of lower houses. Fuck for Lamort. I love you. Friend of the show, Fafnir, one of their characters, Marinois Faucillion, is very for Lamort coded, which is good. His father has protected him thus far, but allowing him and this lady to speak, there will be no brushing under the rug the shame this brings forth. Janakar will be finished. Tell him what I told you if you wish. I'm not one to conceal my intentions, and truth be told, I sincerely hope that enlightening him on my views will somehow show him the error of his ways, and compel the little shite to abandon this foolishness and crawl back into his cups. This entire exchange is what I wish Ishgardian RP was about. Instead of it being about, I'm the best with my lance of 6 generations, and so Ishgard had no choice but to make me a dragoon. Like the discussions of the petty noble politics, the interactions therein. This is the stuff I want. Like, so many people do not interact with the narrative of, for example, the Ishgardian houses throwing balls. That would have been a regular occurrence. It's besides the point. Did Carvalane have a brother, though? I don't think so. Because if he had a brother, then Gorgane wouldn't be in such, shambles, and Charlemagne wouldn't have been so worried about finding the next heir, because it would have just gone to the second brother, the heir and the spare. According to a Reddit post, there are references to Janakar being a second son in the game, but he, confirmed by the devs, is a cousin. Interesting. Too wordy for me to report back in Twitch chat. We'll link you the thread, though, in DMs. Thank you, Wirebone. Fascinating. Huh. Fascinating indeed. But yeah, God, the set dressing for Ishgard was so good. God, it was so good. Fun fact, which literally no one will care about, but I care about it, so I'm going to make you guys care about it. Griffin Crossing, which is the events of the Manderville questline, is actually the Battle of the Big Bridge location. And Griffin's Crossing is one of 2 large crossings into Coertha Central, the other being Gargoyle's Crossing. which is the only paths through some otherwise difficult mountain ranges. Why was I trying to fly just now? Mainly because I forgot that I was actually doing a class quest line and getting reabsorbed into Ishgard. God, I love Ishgard. It's a problem. As a novitiate here at the Athenaeum, I have been assigned several important tasks outside my regular duties. One of those is delivering updated star maps to the observatorium. Between you and me, I do not see why they cannot simply use Moogles. Fair point. Inform me right away once Chief Astrologian Forlamort has denied my request for a letter of recommendation, so we might begin work on our next request. Formal request. A letter to the Holy See officially requesting the assembly of Ishgard's top astrologians to discuss matters of the utmost import. And there you go. Is this? It cannot be. It is. The seal is Forlamort's. What did he say? No, wait. Mayhap it is better that I do not know. Well, this changes everything. I shall have to arrange another meeting with the vault. Summon the cardinals to Durandare Manor. We will need wine, and sparrow-stuffed pheasant, and pheasant-stuffed goose, and goose-stuffed chocobo, and bards, a whole troop. Not to eat, of course. I love Jeanna Kennard. No, I fear I will no longer be able to join you on Lady Leveva's next opening of the gates. Do give her my regards, though, when you see her in Mordona. Talk about overdoing it. But I mean, that's the thing, right? Is Durandare has too much money. Durandare being the first amongst the houses of the high houses of Ishgard, right? Is literally like enabled by virtue of being it. I'm getting distracted by thinking about something regarding Sylvain in Fire Emblem Three Houses, but this is the thing, right? Is that the Durandares are money. The Durandares are power. And so the thing that Forlamort brought up, right? The whole, Janacard is going around playing with like hussies from lesser houses. They're trying to marry him. They're trying to lock him down so that way they can marry into Durandare, marry upwards, social mobility. So I think that's so cool. Thought about AFKing and then immediately pinged back in by Sylvain. Wirebone, it's okay. Pop away. The only thing that I'm bringing up is that Janacard is if Sylvain wasn't jaded, right? If Sylvain was still buying into the whining and dining amongst the houses of Fargus. The wiki says both Ronantain and Janacard are Charlemagne's nephews. I have to wonder if this is a retcon due to Janacard being tied to the astrologian quests. Yeah, interesting, JR. Thanks for looking into it, too. Sure, would be a shame if they gave it to the Warrior of Light. Girlie needs a second house. Durandare Manor? Ain't no way. We're not even allowed in there. My lord, bandits. Okay, well, they're literally obviously not bandits. What they're using is they're using the Dark Steel Haubergen set, which this actually makes me really angry. Because we can't wear it as we can't wear it as paladins. The only people who are allowed to wear these sets are lancers. But it looks good. It looks so nice. Do I have... Yeah, the vintage Haubergen, the mithril Haubergen. There's like a bunch of really good sets. I actually thought from a distance though that it was the Temple Knight outfit, because this dyeing that they have at the bottom, that white and black. I don't think that's actually any Habergens as they exist in the game. And Reaper, and yes, to my infinite chagrin, Reaper. Then there's of course the Lord's set. No, not the Lord's set. I can't remember what the one is in the dungeon, but there's another one. But yeah, are these unique then? I wonder. Please, I cannot go back with them. Insane. Okay. Johnny just loves women. Who can blame him? You think a bun can finesse her way into any place? I thought it was the other way around, but fair enough. For once, we were not the bandits' targets. We came across this young woman as she was being dragged into the hills. Though we drove her abductors away, I suspect they've already mustered the courage for a second attack. It is a good thing you arrived when you did. The girl claims she is a student of the Athenaeum, and recently overheard Janacard mention we would be conducting another gate opening in Mordona. She journeyed here on her own in hopes of having the chance to witness your astromancy firsthand. I say we give her something to remember. Easy peasy. I will tend to the woman's hurts. You assist Quimperain. Send in the hungry. What does that mean? They are merely bandits, Elish. They cannot see things you can. They are unaware of the tragic fate which is destined to befall them. You must reveal it to them in blood. Oh, that's wacky. This is another astrologian. They're doing astrologian spells, right? Oh wait, no. Ruin is what? Ruin is that summoner? It's an arcanist. Focus target Quimperain, so that way we can do it more easily. There. Didn't see this coming now, did ye, eh? Rise, slave, and tear the bastard's limb from limb. Arcanima Marionette, who we know are the Skyboys. Oh, no wonder. I've been using Benefic instead of Benefic 2. I was like, why are my heals so bad? You have my apologies, Lady Leveva. I did not think. Your only fault was an insatiable thirst for knowledge. A realm where one must apologize for being a victim is no realm worth living in. But why would those men attack me?
I believe it is now quite obvious that these bandits were not meant for you, but for me. It would seem that certain parties fear the spread of Charlayan astrology, and will stop at naught to prevent it. My Charlayan constellation chart, the bandits. It must have been torn when they seized me. Here, you may take mine. I have the stars committed to memory. I don't know how I'll ever be able to, but I will think of something. Just you wait. I will repay this kindness tenfold. Damn, those sugar loaf hats. Lady Leveva, you mentioned something about certain parties wanting to prevent the spread of Charlayan astrology. Have you any idea who they might be? I do, but I shall require more proof before I can be certain. You and Ellis should be able to assist me with that. However, as they say, first things first. We have a gate to open. So, I don't think it can be Janakar, right? Like, I think the guy is too much of an idiot. Elish, the fifth heaven awaits. Open your mind and become one with the stars. So who is it? Lady Leveva mentioned before that those in power about those in power not wanting those below them to rise up. Could that have something to do with the attacks? Yeah, there's nothing that dies quite the way either of those did. Besides the point. There, the ewer. Focus, Elish. Focus and let the constellation's aether twine with your own. It is said through the fifth heaven flows a mighty river, carrying the water spilled forth from the scholar's vessel. Live letter in 1.5 hours. Hell yeah. We're unfortunately not catching it. Obviously, we're ending at our normal time. But I am definitely curious to hear what the takeaways are, for sure. I wonder if Sheila is doing their translation. And in that water is the strength of all that has come before, and all who will follow. Thu spun from Nymea's loom, Thu from which might and metal is weaved. Now the power of the ewer is forever yours, and forever shall it point you to victory. Did we already get a astrological constellation for Halone? Right, but did we actually see it in one of these cutscenes with Leveva? While I cannot forgive our patron for skipping yet another of his lessons, I cannot deny that the passion hidden deep beneath all his posturing may have its uses. Word of our field is spreading, and our inherent nature has begun to stir. Curiosity is proving the better motivator than skepticism and faith. Our time may come soon. You skipped most of these cutscenes on your replay, so it's been 3 years since you leveled Astrologe and otherwise. Fair enough. I'm very curious if, not only if we've seen something with Halone, but, there's something strange about the energy of, like, they don't want the truth to out with astrology, you know what I mean? Obviously it's a fantasy game, but there's a weird energy there, I think. The ewer blazes in the welkin, opening the sixth heaven. Oh no, it's 20 seconds before I can return. Ooh. More Dona, for what it's worth, is also beautiful, right? Weird. Very much a product of a realm reborn, but gorgeous. Think if we look up at the right time, we can see the Omphalos? This is Charlian we're talking about. Very closed-off nation. Charlian long before the events of Endwalker. Very fair, JR. And also, even during the events of Endwalker, right? Fortuno, the entirety of that like decision to remain closed off. There's definitely stuff following what you're saying, for sure. The constellation does exist, you just don't know if we've seen it in the quests yet. It does make sense to make that the 50 capstone, but I'm curious. The spear is the 6th gate. Hell yeah, okay. I think that's going to be how we end stream tonight, unfortunately. Do not tell me. Lady Leveva was attacked again. I knew it. And without her reading, my talents grow by the day. What is this you claim? A fellow astrologian was moved by my words and went to witness the unlocking? That is amazing. I wonder who it could be, though. I would certainly recall speaking in detail with a young, supple, mind. I must find this woman and hold another, special lesson with her. Oh, Janna Card. Lesson? Ah, that reminds me. Lady Leveva asked me to teach you a new technique before you head to open the 5th Heaven's Gate, which you have already gone and done, but it appears you were able to overcome your ordeal without it. Yes, exactly according to my lesson plan. If you have a positive impact on a woman, I guess that's more appealing than not. You can confirm Chila's going to be doing live letter translation. Hell yeah. We'll send you over there then. You still wish me to teach you the technique? Very well then, though I do not really see the point. I'm defying gravity. It is tonight, yeah. It is in 1 hour and 18 minutes. And we'll put that on RV because with White Mage, Holy is RV. I'm trying to keep those as close together as possible. Oh, God, I don't even know half my White Mage stuff. All right, let's knock out all of the Realm Reborn Astrologian questline. Sinastri? What? Have astrologians I've seen cast this spell? I have no idea what this is. You have to use it on me. What do you mean? I've never seen it before. You have to use it, really. Awkward. You only have to use it when things are dire. It's like temporary cardia. Yeah, I was seeing that. When your tank is too ballsy and pulls too much, never would be me. President, I don't know where you went wrong. Yeah, I actually know exactly where you went wrong. You started listening to Eufine on tanking techniques. Janna Card is nigh ready to burst with excitement. Make the Viscount wait any longer, and there is certain to be a wardrobe malfunction. Janna Card is a Viscount, which makes sense. At least in Final Fantasy XIV Ishgard lore. In the real world, Viscount is a higher status than Count. In the world of Final Fantasy XIV, Viscount is lower than, so... You just do what your healer tells you to do. Fair? If you let me die, it's because you forgot where Sinastri is on your hotbar, because you never have to use it unless I'm tanking. Absolutely not. You should heal for Presna then. Count is always higher than Viscount? No. Well, that's what I get for just listening to Kayariana. That is in part a bit, but also, I just assumed she knew what she was talking about because of heraldry stuff. Awkwards. I promise I read more Regency romances than you. Listen. Is Viscount like Viscount? Apparently it stands for Lieutenant Count, yeah. I was pretty sure... Okay, wait, where does Marquis factor in? I thought they were the same, it's just their land locations changes the name. According to the Google search that I just did, which is not enough research, so I would have to go off and do actual research of my own, but apparently that more than just listen to other people. I have to go look into that. Apparently Viscounts are just lower than Counts. Where's Earl in that? Marquis is the same thing as an Earl, but you could be thinking of a different one. Wait, Earls are lower than Counts? Okay, so I was under the impression that Barons were the smallest denomination of noble title. God, we can't do this. Normandy, working on behalf of the Duke. Viscounts received their title from the monarch, not hereditary. Interesting. God, I'm in hell. Barons are the lowest denominator. Baronet is the lowest. But there's definitely historical antecedent of barons having more powers than earls, right? I mean, it's all gobbledygook made up, right? Like, it's an intrinsic caste system, which didn't last that long, but that's fascinating to me. Am I thinking... What is a Margrave? Only if they hold multiple titles and rule certain parts of a nation. So you can be a baron and another noble title? That doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you just use the highest title? It would be pretty hard to do, but with enough like marriage and societal influence, it could be possible. Well, I know you can de jure hold titles, but I thought you always just had whatever your highest title was. God, this is nothing. This is a nothing sandwich for nobody. We're moving on. Oh. We'll circle back to this when we talk about Ishgardian-based RP. Long story short, I was previously under the opinion that Viscount was higher than Count. I am evidently wrong. Lady Leveva tells me that you are nearly ready to open the 6th and final gate. Yes, I said final. We all know there are 7 heavens, but opening the 7th is impossible. Well, except on death, of course. An attempt to attune to the pole star would be sheer madness, and most certainly spell your doom. Ah, but look at me, even now attempting to tutor the great Elish, when it is obvious your talent far surpasses mine. Forgive me. Lady Leveva has yet to depart for the location of the final gate. Doubtless she fears yet another bandit attack, but for whatever the reason, she remains on the 2nd floor and has asked that you visit her at your earliest convenience. Oh, interesting. Only because she refuses to accept the room I have offered her at Durandare Manor, it is not as if I would make any untoward attempts at sullying her honor. Having seen but half the summers as I, she is far too young for my tastes. That lends more credence to the 16 theory that you brought up earlier, Wirebone. You need to go look up that information later. I've definitely done this before, right? Because there's references to a Duke of Ishgard in old A Realm Reborn stuff, but there are no dukes. The highest rank inside of Ishgard is Count, because there is no one who ranks higher. The only people who rank higher than Count are cardinals, and obviously that's not a part of the that's not a part of primogeniture. That's a part of the church. So yeah, Count is the same as Earl. You used to think it more in continental Europe versus England, which uses Earl. Count, okay. That would explain why there is confusion over the iteration. Because in the peerage, right, if Earl in the UK, not the UK, if Earl in Britain was underneath Viscount, that could be a potential translation error. I have not done a lot of research into it recently, nor in a way that matters, so. You'd marry Rich Elf Man? He doesn't want to marry, he wants to play around. He's a playboy. Earl/Countess, so it would be a count. The points are made up, and the rules are made up, and the points don't matter. You have come far since that fateful day our paths first crossed in the Black Shroud. And now, here we are, on the cusp of your attunement with the 6th heaven. Time truly waits for no man, does it? Before we set forth on this task, I wish to teach you of a technique known as synastry. By temporarily enjoining your fate with that of a companion's, they will reap the star's benefit, as do you. As a passable journeyman astrologian, you already wield sufficient control over Aether. You need only focus it upon establishing a bond with your chosen ally to achieve synastry. There you go. Divinations of astrologians, etc., etc. Wirebone, can I help you? And hey, Kishnok, it's good to see you. Spearheading initiatives. Leveva appears anxious. It might be in your best interest not to keep her waiting any longer. I believe you are ready to attune with the final constellation. The location of the next lesson is actually not far. I assume your travels have taken you to Camp Dragonhead? Excellent. I, as always, will go ahead to make my final readings. If each of our previous outings are any indication, the bandits which harry us will most certainly jump at this opportunity. So I would have Quimperain scout the area ahead of time and report any suspicious activities to the knights garrisoned at the camp. Let somebody else bloody their hands for a change, I say. Feel free to tell Jean Acquire of our plans, though I do not doubt he already has some of his own. Alright. Sorry if that was confusing. What I meant was, feminine form of Earl was never developed. Thus, Countess is used. Thus, Earl equals Count and is above Viscount. Yeah, I really enjoyed the Astrologian quest line. There's some good stuff in here. None of it is terribly earth-shattering to my understanding of Ishgard, but I'll be honest, in my pursuit of reading lore about it, I've definitely snuck some of the lore that's directly locked behind class quests, right? But all in all, very enjoyable, yeah. Lady Leveva has already departed. Well, then, she must have leapt from the window, for I did not see her use the front door. I dare say that means we will be traveling alone. Of course I will be attending. Why wouldn't I be? Sure. Camp Dragonhead is but a few miles south and east of the Gates of Judgment. The journey should take no time whatsoever. As for bandits, we need not worry about an assault. The camp is occupied by a full garrison of knights who patrol the surrounding hills day and night. They will not allow a flake of snow to fall on Leveva's head, let alone a 30-pound warhammer. The knights at Camp Dragonhead are Durandare. Or not Durandare, are Fortemps, which is usually a metric of excellency. The Fortemps remit, for the most part, seems to be working with foreigners and excellence in the field of warfare. Belmont being here gave us quests on behalf of Fortemps, on behalf of Ishgard. So it seems for the most part that even though Ishgard adopted a policy of isolationism very similar to Charlea, Fortemps was still allowed to interact with others. And I believe Bridgie is an Inquisitor. Yeah. Actually... No, this is not the House of Healing. Okay. Whitebrim Font, I think, has the Healer's Hut, which has, makes me ask a lot of questions. Because there's sort of an implication of healers being separate and distinct from the rest of the Ishgardian clergy, but that's another conversation for later. Elish and Janikar? Well then, it appears giving my constellation map to that astrologian in Rothfrost was unwise, as my readings for the location of the sixth heaven have proven slightly off. However, a second calculation has shown that we are close. The optimal location lies just to the north of here, in a derelict tower known as the Steel Vigil. You've the look of the learned about you. Might I ask if you've seen this star map before? It was on the person of an astrologian who came to us seeking help after being attacked. That is my map, the one I gifted the astrologian in Rathfrost. Do you mean to tell me she was set upon again? Your map? Well then, I'm going to have to ask you to accompany me for questioning. The astrologian claims she wrested this chart from one of her assailants before escaping their grasp. We already know about the shape-shifting that was going on previously. It would track, but also none of this follows. Lady Leveva, why would you assault the self-same woman you risked your life saving? Because she did not, my lord. Why would you even think something so foolish? This must be some sort of misunderstanding. I was present at the assault. We saved the young maid of which you speak from a party of bandits, and Lady Leveva gave her her own constellation map to replace the one damaged by her assailants. My Lord Elish here was also witness to those proceedings. Well, we have our own witnesses who say otherwise. So until we can have a trial and an adjudicator who can pass his judgment, this Leveva will have to come in for questioning, or she herself has admitted the map is hers. Pretty classic entrapment. It is all right. I have naught to hide, and arguing here will not bring us any closer to the truth. If anything, I wish to confront this woman who would bring false accusations against those who saved her life. Very well, then. Take me where you will. I shall answer all of your questions, and you will soon learn who is spouting falsehoods. My friends, you need not worry over much, for I shall be in the company of temple knights, where no harm may befall me. I will return once I have proven my innocence. This and the entirety of A Realm Reborn is so aggravating. The part in A Realm Reborn where they're like, Ascians can look like anyone, Ascians can possess any person. And then they just dropped that after Thancred? Like, this part right here. Why are they acting as if we have not literally just interacted with shapeshifters? Ah yes, trusting Temple Knights. What could go wrong? If they're really Temple Knights, it could be fine. Some Temple Knights are fine. You know, for a long time you thought only Temple Knights were like the main 12 or whatever the number is, and that they were all problematic. So what you're thinking of is the Heavens Ward, and the Heavens Ward are the main 12 Battle Banoi. All of the Heavens Ward, more or less, are problematic, with the exception of Nude, or Nude. I don't remember. He just wants to be good at magic. That's his whole thing. And then the other members of the Heavens Ward are varying levels of problematic. Inside of the Temple Knights, which is a separate organization, the Order of the Temple Knights, or the Congregation of Our Knights Most Heavenly, it's Lord Commander Amaric, Vice Commander Lucia. It depends on which iteration you're playing it through. And second commander, Handaloop, right? I think both of them are second commanders, maybe. And then underneath them, you have further members of the Temple Knights. The majority of the Temple Knights are made up of either second and further sons who cannot occupy the position of heir of their own household, or exceptionally skilled commoners who are seeking to advance their social rank. There are a lot of problematic Temple Knights, but there are also some Temple Knights who are okay. There is a preponderancy in Heaven's Ward to just use the Temple Knights for expediency's sake, when it should be household knights. And the reason why they don't touch upon that very often is because, in part, of the incredible problems of the fact that every single noble house has the right to have their own bannerman. Because you see a lot more of the own bannerman problem in Coerthas Central, but in Coerthas Western, they kind of brush it all under the rug as fast as possible. But that's besides the point. The problem is that JR is correct. When you trust the Temple Knights in the Heavens Ward, side content, 9 times out of 10 they turn out to be assholes, which is really unfortunate, but, you know, A-tab, I guess. But yeah, I will return once I have proven my innocence. Uh-oh. No harm, quotha. That knight was the selfsame astrologian whom we saved in Mordona. The astrologian who now claims we attacked her. Are you saying the astrologian was a temple knight? No, listen, my lord. I'm saying that the astrologian was no more an astrologian than she is a knight. I'm saying we have been played. We've fallen victim to a ruse that has landed Lady Leveva in the hands of those who have been attempting to kill her since she set foot in Eorzea. Then you are saying she won't be safe in the presence of those Temple Knights. That's... they weren't Temple Knights, my lord. However, they were wearing the colors of our Knights Most Heavenly, and if we were to assault them this near the heavily garrisoned Camp Dragonhead, we would be struck full of arrows before anyone asked us why we even drew our blades. No, we must shadow Lady Leveva's captors and wait for an opportunity to take her back. How exciting! Can I take point? No? Of course not. Oh boy. Yes, ahem. I say we keep our distance until an opportunity to rescue Lady Leveva presents itself. And I say that is what I have been saying all along. Now, might I ask that you keep your voice down, my lord, or it will not matter how concealed we remain. This sucks. We literally walk faster than everyone else. Oh shoot, and we also haven't assigned Sinistry. I think I have Cardia somewhere on the mouse. Are we going to the Steel Vigil anyways? You, bring us some meat for our journey home. Yes, sir. Our imposter astrologian has left the company to see to those ogres. Let us take her unawares. Be good. Elish, you may follow. Sure, I guess. I was wondering when you'd show your faces. Not here. It is as I thought. That woman is the same one as we assisted in Mordona. I do not believe she was working alone. We must continue our pursuit. Okay. Yeah, this does seem like the wrong way and place to do this. Because this is dragon territory, y'all. Have y'all not been paying attention? It is fortunate for us that they are on foot. If they were to make it, say, to an airship, we would have no means of keeping up. Ah, is that an airship I hear? They're frauds, so maybe not. Yeah, fair enough. Walkies! Exactly, Nyx. The thing... Sir, beasts approach the company. The thing that is very funny about this, to me, is the fact that none of them have noticed. Sure. That none of your other friends have come back. Also, fun fact, these ogres are actually void sent. Hated that guy anyways, yeah, I guess. How is Quimperane, blinding them? Or is he getting blinded? Oh, my bad. I heard something, sir. What's very funny about this, too, is that this is the place where... What are you doing? This is the place where the Steel Vigil Fate shows up. I love that Fate. Or the Stone Vigil. Oh, wait, is it stone or is it steel? Wait, Halinart lost the Steel Vigil. Who lost the Stone Vigil? Pissing. Sure, maybe. Now that does appear to be a wall. The Stoners? No. Halinart lost Steel because they lost it to Svarog's Assault. Oh my god, they used the Holm Gang animation for that? Oh? Just as I expected. These fools have led me straight to the answers I've sought since my arrival in this backwoods realm. In the interest of fairness to Leveva, that's true. That Eorzea is horrifically backwards in comparison to Charlea. They're not wrong. I don't think Halinart had control of stone then, because each of the high houses had a vigil. Dawn is most likely for Tomp. Steel is, I guess, Halinart, because I know they lost it. They lost favor due to the situation with Svarog. Durandare is the one trying to retake Stone Vigil. Is Durandare? Is it Durandare? Because I'm pretty sure Zamail is Dusk. I thought each one of the big four had one of the vigils each. But it's been a while. And if I'm not mistaken, my trusted companions should be arriving right about... now. I'll be taking this. Damn, where have these animations been this whole time? The moment you lift off in that airship, the whole land will know you are not true Temple Knights, and you will be made to answer for your crimes. Once we're in the air, it will not matter what anyone knows, you fool. We will not be returning once we have slain you and your friends. Oh my god. Especially not some dog's body of the forum. The Charlayans have been trying to kill Leveva to stop Leveva from spreading Charlayan secrets? Okay. Yeah, you know what? Hell yeah. I want Leveva and I want her alive. Kill the rest and leave their corpses to the wolves. Oh, I'm still walking. Oopsie poopsie. I'm not going back to Charlayan. Quimperang? The situation is dire, Hellish. We cannot let them take Lady Leveva. What incredible insight. I have not been using my cards. Gather the missive. But yes, detain Battle Benoit. Can we get on this airship? Negatory. Please, my lord, allow me a moment to gather myself. I do not think Lady Leveva would mind us taking a peek inside that missive, would she? No, you are right. Like enough she would. Folded missive. A letter found on the body of a Charlayan thaumaturge. The cracked seal appears somewhat familiar. Of course I knew the Temple Knights were false. I recognized the astrologian we saved almost immediately, and I find it insulting that they believed I would not. I also know that they would lead me to the true perpetrators if I played along, fully aware that you loyal three would follow. And I am pleased to know that you also knew that we would somehow crawl our way out of that little tussle with our lives, because I was uncertain for most of the journey. Well, I was certain Elish would make it, for the stars have already told me he would unlock the 6th gate here at the Steel Vigil, the very location we ended up at despite our unexpected ordeal. Your fate, Janakar, well, I never bothered reading it, for I thought you would skip this lesson like you have every other one. Elish, gaze upon the night sky and open your soul to the final constellation, the Spear. So it ends on Halone, sure. I wasn't sure where this plotline was going. The Spear is the gate to the 6th heaven, where the Fury resides in a palace of ice carved by her own spear, ice formed of moonbeams collected by the lover Menfina. The Spear fills us not only with the power to overcome our enemies, but also the compassion that is necessary to grant those same enemies mercy. Damn, girl! And now that power is yours to see directed to those whose fates require it. It is done. You have attuned yourself to the 6 lower heavens, and now that you know their strength, the true journey begins. Or it might be more accurate to say the true journey ends for tonight, because we're going to go ahead and call it after we finish these quests. Like I've said from the beginning, the stars, the heavens, the arcana, they know our fates, but they are fickle with their information. It is up to us to prize it from their hearts, and use it in a manner that might benefit all mankind. Please, my lord, allow me a moment to gather myself. You have my congratulations, Elish. What has taken me more than 15 summers to accomplish, you have done, and more in a matter of moons. But our time together has taught me that despite what we may believe they are, we all have our roles, and each role is just as important as the other. Without taking both Quimperain and you under my wing, you would have never saved Lady Leveva from her assailants. Meaning, in a way, I saved Lady Leveva. Not that I am one to take all the credit for such heroism. Nor shall I take credit for this missive that would have never been discovered, were it not for me taking you and Quimperain under my wing. Ah, that cold stare. It befits this God's forsaken place. Point taken. Let us break the seal and see what we... Why... This handwriting. I've seen it many a time before. It is mine uncle's. But that would mean... It would mean the highest-ranking astrologian in all Ishgard has been attempting to assassinate us. If the tribunal were to hear this, he would be hanged. And a hanging will only earn us another ill-tempered Orthodox astrologian's unwilling to open his eyes to the benefits of our discipline. No, we can use this missive to our advantage. As long as this remains in our hands, so too does the chief astrologian. We do love a little bit of blackmail in our chicanery. Are you saying we use this missive to blackmail for Lamort? I am saying that we merely grant the chief astrologian his life in exchange for a little assistance in furthering our just and noble cause. No more, no less. I see. You are quite the devilet, my dear. Very well, I will summon mine uncle to the astroscope. There we can present him with our offer. Interesting. So that's very unusual. Good shit. Blackmailing nobles is like 95% of the battle about good noble RP, in my opinion. If somebody doesn't have dirt on you, that's because they're not trying hard enough. And like a big part of that with regards to nobles and their machinations, right, could be that it could be as something as simple as just cheating someone of like the true value of something, right? Like that's small blackmail, and you want to lead it up to finding larger secrets, the kind of secrets that can affect all of Ishgard in this instance, for lack of a better phrase. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. And Big Bite, welcome back. We're about to end stream, unfortunately, but thanks for being here. Does Leveva use any custom assets, or can you absolutely make your Hyur MIDI look exactly like her? Why must you insist on pestering me, Janakar? I gave you your letter, now leave me be. Leveva is very normal, so you can make her using the character creator assets. But that would not be the only letter you have written lately, would it? Perhaps you recall a certain letter to the forum? Pretty sure you can make a MIDI look exactly like her. That's crazy. A letter carried by a party of less than savory characters who attempted to kidnap Lady Leveva and deliver her to Charlanes, not to mention kill me, my manservant, and my good friend Elish here, who you may have forgotten is currently an honored guest of House Forton. A letter drawn up and signed by none other than you, Nuncle. Why Nuncle? That's how those bad guys look like her. Fair. The gear she's wearing is the Welkin set, which is the level 60 Astrologian set. Ooh, okay. Oh, but do not presume to misunderstand us. We wish neither your disgrace nor your death. At least, not at our hands. This is what noble RP should be like. In fact, we wish very little from you. Not, you might say, in the sense that you are never again to use your influence to hamper our efforts at spreading Charlane astrology here in Ishgard. Involve yourself no more in the affairs of me or my guests, and your secrets shall remain safe. I will even forgive you for trying to have me murdered, if, that is, you give me your word. Literally, okay, here is the problem. Here is the problem with noble RP in the RP community as it stands right now, right? Is everyone is so obsessed with power levels, with fighting directly. How strong am I against you? Can I beat you directly? The point is not that we care about Forlamort. Forlamort could not, in the slightest, kill the Warrior of Light, right? That's not the point. The point is not that the Warrior of Light could kill Forlamort easily, even though he could. The point is that Forlamort's influence and importance and significance is wider spread than him, right? Forlamort is not a primal, is not an important person, but the point is that he's middle management. He is an administrator. And if you went around killing everyone in middle management, okay, sure, maybe you've cut out the middleman, but that means it's now your problem. If Janacard had killed his uncle here, right, Janacard would then have to be responsible for going about and doing all of that work. And why would he bother? He enjoys his playboy lifestyle. He enjoys his passion for Charlatan astrology. There is no point for him to kill his uncle, despite his anger, rage, justifiable, righteous indignation. The point is that this is what nobles do. The point is that the entire concept of the aristocracy shouldn't exist, and the way that they've managed to exist, and the way that they've managed to scheme and like maneuver their way to the top is entirely by machination. And so if your noble is like, I'll have you killed, your noble is boring. Your noble is unimaginative, and your noble is going to die in a peasant revolution. I'm sorry, your character is just going to get poisoned, or like, whatever. Because as strong as you want your character to be at all times, the fact of the matter is he has to sleep at some point in time. And that's the beauty of having nobility and aristocracy in a setting, is not that nobles are intrinsically good, right? The point is that the nobles had to secure their power somehow. And maybe it's like the Tyrells, where they earn goodwill by going through and putting in the work necessary to say, oh, but look at how generous we are. We redistribute the wealth to the people who need it most. And so they earn the people's goodwill, not a long-term strategy by any stretch of the imagination, but a strategy. Or they could be like the Lannisters, right? Or there are real-world analogs to this, the Habsburgs, the Edwardian dynasty, etc., right? Like, I'm just using Game of Thrones because it's slightly more accessible for me personally and for others. But the point being that nobles have to endear themselves to the common populace, or scare the common populace, or do something else, right? And you don't want to. If you are as important as you say you are, 1, you don't need to go around repeating your title all the time. 2, you don't go around being like, my power is so great that I could crush you without thinking about it. No one cares. If you do that to them, they just die. That's the end. And if you don't do that to them, why did you threaten them with it? Anyways, sorry, Big Bite. Again, I have nothing to hydrate with, but I appreciate it. We're not going to watch the live letter, at least not here, Black Cat Coder. I don't know if Chila is already streaming, but not only is Chila going to be streaming the live letter, they're going to be live translating it, which is an incredible skill that I could not do in my wildest dreams. So that should be a fun time over there. But yeah, okay. Focusing back up so we can actually finish the Astrologian questline and go. This is the funniest tangent to go on while stream is supposed to end. I'm sorry. My point is that I love this part of the Astrologian questline. This is the shit that I eat up. This is what I wish the majority of Heaven's Wards, like noble intrigue politics were, all of that stuff. She's streaming Dragon Song Reprise, but will switch to live letter. Perfect, yeah. See you, Big Bite. Thanks for popping by. If you give me your word. It's not as if you left me with much choice. You have my word, but know that silencing me will not make your nonsense any more accepted in the vault. There are others who will see you fall. Others who care little whether or not I speak my piece. We are fully aware of the peaks we have left to scale. However, we shall not let that discourage us. I have been shown a path that I altogether plan on walking, and the stars shall guide my way. The stars foretell many things, my dear, and not even the best readers can see them all. Do not forget this. So we have silenced him. But to hear him tell it, he was the least of our worries. And that's going to be it for Astrologian questline. Wait, right? Yeah, you know what? We're calling it here either way. I don't know what this is the start of, but yeah. Thank you for doing Ask. You demand Dancer next? Yes, for sure. Definitely doing Dancer next. It's right up on top of our agenda. The next thing we're going to do is tech stack. Pixie, we're ending the stream, unfortunately, but I appreciate you popping by and saying hello. Job quests go to level 70. Yeah, I know, sorry. It's that our Astrologian is only level 57 right now, so we're just getting to 50 and stopping there. And that's been the case for all of the quests, is that I've leveled most classes a wee smidge, right? So, yeah. Sounds sarcastic. That's crazy, Presna. I would never say anything that implies that I am not going to do what we talked about. But yeah. Let's go ahead and send y'all out. Hey, I promised I'd do Dancer, and it's the very next thing I'm going to do. But yeah, it looks like Sheila is doing Dragon Song Reprise Part 6 into, they're going to be doing the live letter and they're going to be translating it. So drop them a follow if you feel so inclined. They're a fantastic creator and generally speaking, just a phenomenal individual. They're a lovely VTuber. And yeah, you know, report back on the hot strategies for Dragon Song Reprise. Yeah, I will catch you nerds around. Bye!